guys, it is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. We are here for the after show. You guys already know that I'm giving you guys time to thumbs up the video, to share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that is your YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your Facebook, your MySpace, dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. You know, I don't really give a damn. When you lay the link, y'all just need to let the Moors know that we are live and in color. Also, shout out to all the new subbies, girl, because we're working. Where is your scooter? Where's your scooter, Funky? Okay. Also, make sure you guys thumbs up the video, because this is how you get everybody into the sanctuary, including the Conscious crew members who get on my damn nerve, okay? And all of the haters who are not subscribed, but yet, you know, they just live for the dog. Okay, see, I can honestly admit that I'm subscribed to Funky Dineva. That Funky is one of the goats of YouTube. See, there's no malice and maliciousness on my end. I can give any bitch their props, okay? Y'all, when I don't like a bitch, I'm clear. about the fact that I don't do a bitch. Okay? When it's just my feedback and my perspective, that's just what it is. And that don't stop just because it's somebody that I like, somebody I appreciate, somebody I adore, somebody, etc. So this is a all equal opportunity gag and roast platform where anybody can get that work, including our faves. Nonetheless, go ahead and make sure that you all have your notification bell set to all so that you never miss a day or the hour where the Kang is in fact Kanging. And with no further ado, bitch, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let me go ahead and speak to the Conscious crew members. What's going on, Sharon? Hey, Jay Goody. Hey, Teresa. What's going on, Universal T? Hey, Bill. What's going on, Monique? Hey, Caitlin. Hey, Sin. What's going on, Sharon? Hey, Jean J. What's going on? Hey, Teresa. Hey, Diamond Doll. Hey, Boo. What's going on, Gemini? What's going on, Max? Got motherfucking facts. I still very much so love this instrumental for you. Good, because y'all gonna be hearing a whole lot of it going forward until I'm ready to move on professionally, Max. Who, by I say, honey, as I look at this old nasty piece of thumbnail, Max kind of fine as fuck. God damn. What's going on, Lady J? What's going on, Monique? Hey, Rumors in T. What's going on, Shayla? Hey, Teresa. What's going on, the Voice of Venus? Who said, girl, she couldn't? She finishing up the last live, and then boom. Notifications to the roof. What's going on, Carlandra? Hey, Shayla. Hey, Lady D. Jay Goody and the Misters. What's going on, D? Hey, Juanita. Hey, C. Hey, Steffi. What's going on, y'all? Hey, Miss John Mitchell. Hey, Boo. What's going on? Link tomorrow. Hey, y'all. All right, you guys. So this is the after show. Now, y'all know them hating assholes to talk all that shit. You know, when a bitch is doing what they doing, but then as soon as I carve out, space and opportunity for them hoes to jump since they feeling so froggy, they ain't never around. Okay, now y'all know, honey, these are kind of girls who like to talk shit while you on the shift. But when you give them an appointment to meet you out in the parking garage after business hours, baby, it's cleared. Okay, they ain't never nowhere to be found when it's time to rumble, bitch. Okay? Because, folk had so much to say in the last live. So I wanted to give folk the opportunity, okay, to come and get their shit up off their chest. So this is the after show, okay? Now, let me lay the ground rules. You guys know, for 2024, we're having very lit conversations. We want a free-flowing platform. We want to welcome all folks to be oppositional, stand in your opinion, have an opinion, debate your opinion. The only thing we're not doing is we're not hitting on low blows, because all of that ain't required in order to have a strong argument. And when you don't have a strong argument, that's why you have to employ all the other bullshit. So we don't mind opposition. This is not an echo chamber. I don't want an echo chamber. I'm not cultivating an echo chamber. I want a diverse platform where folk can come and all folk can share, all folk can debate. But please do not disrespect each other in the chat with any low blow comments. But y'all can debate each other down to the ground about the subject itself, and never disrespect the panelists, and damn sure never disrespect the Kang. But you are allowed to totally disagree with the Kang. You are allowed to totally inform the Kang. You are allowed to completely oppose the Kang. That's not the problem, because we all grown here. And after all, this is all about opinions, and like assholes, we all have one. All right, so I want everybody to, okay, hold on, y'all. I got an emergency phone call. Hold on, y'all. All right, I'm back, you guys. All right. So I'm gonna drop the link. Hold on. Did I do the Did I do the intro? Did I do the damn intro already, y'all? I had to take an emergency phone call. Did I play the intro? I don't even know what the hell had happened. And we just not getting here for everybody who just are coming in. I wish Funky and well and all the his endeavors. Yes. Okay. All right. Girl, I forgot. Okay. All right. So after I don't make the ground rules. Now you guys know what we're here to talk about is tonight. Funky Dineva gave more commentary, and after a pressure being applied to his neck, he finally dropped a damn name. You guys know, if you were in the previous live, that my issue with everything he did tonight was the fact that he was not standing on masculine business, because he blamed having to even drop Claudia's name, who still ain't got shit to do with none of this, on Flame Monroe and Tasha K. Okay, which I just feel like is it's so pussy. Like, everybody knows you got an issue. Everybody knows you in your feelings. Everybody knows you've been in your feelings from the very jump. Okay? You don't need a reason. You don't need some decoy. You ain't got a pussy pop and hide behind nothing in order to stand in your shit if your shit is what you call yourself standing in. So you don't have to use Flame and use Tasha K as an excuse to go in on Claudia, who neither one of them called you about. Because Flame called you out for her issues with you. That was the assignment. Claudia ain't got shit to do with nothing. Okay, but yet, you still trying to come on around the mulberry bush. And even when you dropped her name tonight, you still didn't color it in. Because you claim that the bitch is keeping it cute. But that's the whole gag. She has been keeping it cute. So what the fuck you even doing all this for? Especially when your initial video had to do with you taking a smaller pay. And you told us that any other narrative to come out would be all cap. So I'm going to also use that same psychology to call your narrative cap. Because you told us that if any bitch got out here and said anything else, aside from the fact that you walked away because you took a lesser pay, then I have to also question, prosecute, and indict your own damn narrative that's conveniently coming out because Foxhole has moved on swiftly and professionally and called cap too. You admitted that she keeping it cute. So what you doing all this for? You claim you walking away lovingly, amicably, and even told the Funky Bunch you continue to support them, only for you to shade them in the same breath, continue to do post and delete. First you claimed it was over a smaller pay wage. Now you claiming that it's because of a fake phony bitch, and that the bitch you talking about is Claudia. But then you claim she ain't saying shit. But then you use your issue with Flame and Tasha as a way to insert and deflect to Claudia, who you also saying keeping it cute. Then in your initial video, you said that Foxhole couldn't afford you, etc. It's all good. They ain't have the budget. You ain't have the time. So, you know, it's no foul, no harm, only for you to turn around after you had told us how cheap they allegedly were by asking for a $127 microphone they supplied you with for you to be such a rich bitch, only to say tonight that your ass was making $250,000 a goddamn year. And you made that for 4 years, only committing to the platform for 5 hours per fucking week. And then knew that was such an astronomical goddamn number that you yourself said that this is more money than any average motherfucker could ever dream of seeing in one life. So what we did tonight was attempt to make it make sense, bitch. And we had even more questions than we did answers. And it looked like the reason why what you're saying is disjointed as fuck and is in a state of discombobulation is because you are not still being honest about what the problem really is. And see, you can always tell people who either just throwing shit against the wall, or they're still not identifying the root cause, because the story changes all the time. They go from one extreme to the next extreme. They go from extreme emotions, it's all love, it's all good, I'm on my Beyonce shit, to it's all war. I ain't gonna say nothing, here I am saying something. I ain't got no problem, but fuck that hoe, and fuck that one too. These hoes are broke. They couldn't pay me, but girl, I was making $250 motherfucking $1,000, bitch. Are you? So something is not right in the buttermilk. I told you guys what I think. I told you guys my hypothesis. I told you guys that I think that Funky, he lied. That's just the bottom line, bitch. Funky ain't making the kind of money that he would have y'all believe he's making. That's why he over there now begging for super chats and begging y'all to cash app and crying broke and saying that y'all gonna have to help him to consolidate his goddamn income by running up those goddamn super chats, etc. Girl, that if he gonna quit Foxhole, that y'all gonna make up the difference for him quitting, girl. That y'all gonna be the new T-G-I-F check signers, girl. That's what he told y'all. Okay, so now y'all up there turning his super chat into a GoFundMe, which I ain't got no problem with, bitch. We entertainers get paid for your pain, honey. I ain't mad about it. Okay, but all I'm saying is that it's all given that he lied. He hasn't been completely genuine in the narrative he provided to us. And the more that he gets on live drunk, red-eyed, just came from the bar and about to go back down there to the bar, the more he fucking runs that dick sucker, the more holes and inconsistencies he actually articulates. And the only reason that a lot of people don't really know and see it that way is because what the court of public opinion does is they get polarized by the mess at the surface. So because he arguing with Flame, because he dropping Unwind with Cardi B's leftovers, because he is dropping Claudia's name, people are more caught up. You know, they wrap shit up. They lost in the sauce because of all of that. They're not really actually listening. I'm not shook by none of that. I'm still trying to make the initial issue make sense. And as more of all of this shit happens, the more that is telling me about the root cause at hand, which is that it's not what he claimed that it was. And from the beginning, not from the beginning, because from the beginning, all we had was his side. So after we listened to him, we said, okay, well, all that makes sense. You know, he doing the math. He did the math for us. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, cool. And then he wrapped the little nice bow on the end. Wish everybody love. I done talked to everybody. I love my co-hosts. I love the producers. Y'all make sure to continue to support them, etc. Girl, I got more things in the works. It's all love. Bow. Gone. But then the narrative kept spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning. So now we here. And I was telling y'all, after he kept being inconsistent with walking away amicably and walking away lovingly, and literally told us once again that if a bitch spins any other narrative, that they are a goddamn lie from the pits of hell. Where here it is, he ended up being that bitch, spinning another narrative. After he told us to question, refute, and deny any other goddamn narrative, baby, and he meant it. So we're just keeping the same energy. We're just questioning accordingly. We're evaluating accordingly. And trying to make 1 + 1, in fact, equal goddamn 2. Now I'm going to drop the link because some of y'all were hooting and hollering, and I want to give y'all the opportunity to come up here and stress yourself out even more. So let me go ahead and drop that link. Moderators, could y'all please encourage everybody to thumbs up and also rotate the StreamYard link. Hit the link to pop off. Oh, good. Where my phone at? I got to send a text real quick. Y'all thumbs up as you coming into the sanctuary. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Y'all hit the link, honey. Come and tell me what you think. Okay, we got the voice of Venus. Hey.
Hi, Conscious. I haven't been over here in forever. How are you?
No, I am doing well. How you doing?
I am thoroughly entertained. Okay, I've been following this whole case through you the
Mhm,
past few days.
mhm. What have you surmised with all the goings on? Things had cranked up even more tonight.
I surmise that Funky Dineva's ego got the best of him. I want
Mm,
to say I do think he definitely added value, so nobody can take that away. However,
mhm.
I think he thought he was more important than he was. And I'm not saying that disrespectfully, but I think he thought like, well, I make the show because the way he talks about the views and stuff, right, and the
Yeah,
numbers, and he thinks he's just the creme de la creme, right? So he came up in the office like, listen, bitch, I want 500 million bazillion dollars, and y'all don't give it to me. I'm gonna walk. And he really thought they were gonna be like, yes, king, here, take all the money. And since they didn't, his little ego is hurt, and now he throwing a damn tantrum. That's what I got.
yeah.
That's all I got. Like, because this behavior for someone who chose to walk away, you weren't terminated. According to you, you chose to separate yourself, which is your right. But I'm trying to understand if you chose to separate yourself amicably, I can't say the word amicably, why are you so mad today? Like, you've been on a rampage all week, getting progressively worse every day. So something's not making sense. What are you mad about?
He coming unhinged for somebody who can make his whole salary by just doing 1.5 more videos. You would think he would just be twirling at this. Like if you got it so made and you realize that you can do less for a whole lot more or for at least the very same, you didn't take the L then. So what the fuck is the problem? And then you told us initially the problem was the money, but then you turn around and said Claudia the goddamn problem. But then you initially told us that if any other narrative comes out that it's all cap. But now you the one coming out with a whole other narrative.
I think you nailed it the other day when you said it's like when somebody break up and they expect you to chase them
Mm.
and they don't get chased and now they feel stupid. Like I think he thought this was gonna be a temporary breakup, you know, then your man come chase you like, come on, I love you, I'm sorry. And they didn't chase him, so he mad now.
Damn.
Cause this don't make no sense. And can I say ungrateful much? I mean, I don't know what it's like to do his job. But that kind of salary, like you said, if we just look at the average salary of this country, he's in like the top 5% just with that alone. Like most
Oh,
people don't
oh.
make that.
That's not
And
even YouTube. That's not even his investments. That's not even
his
whatever
own channel, anything else he has, his whatever, like right, he still makes his own separate money. So he might be making easily 400,000 a year collectively. So like, what do you for 5 hours of work? What do you want? $1 million?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Sound like he won't. He yeah, and it's not. He wanted them to pay him in such a way that it would make him not want to be lazy.
Yeah.
It seemed to me that he burdened the network with that. And that ain't their business. I mean, he himself. Hold on, I want to play. Hold on, let me for everybody who late. Let's go. Hold on, let me go ahead and rewind. Let me and because in the words of LeVar Burton, baby, you ain't got to take my word for it. Let's listen to what Funky had to say about his income.
It's because I didn't say a name. My issue, Flame, my issue, world, is not with Flame Monroe. My issue is with Claudia Jordan. We got it out there now? My issue is with Claudia Jordan. Flame, you were just a pawn in Claudia's game. It's out there now. Now, I'm going to reserve why I have an issue with Claudia Jordan, just in case somebody want to get froggy. I'm going to leave that one in the chamber. Because that one is a semi-automatic weapon that's going to spray up everybody and everything if I load that clip. But for the record, my issue is not with Flame. My issue is with Claudia Jordan. Flame, I'm not disgruntled. Okay? Let me be very clear with y'all. I'm actually proud of myself. I walked away from a $250,000 a year job. Most people will never see that much money in their lifetime on a job. I walked away from a $250,000 a year job on my own volition because I bet on me. And I can make more by putting that same time into my own shit like y'all are seeing right now. Who walks away from $250,000 disgruntled? Baby, I walked away from that with my head held high, empowered, feeling strong. Because if that's what I could make profit sharing with y'all, imagine what I could make doing it all by my goddamn self.
Okay, and let me play this one.
And the girls over there nervous now they want to get active on YouTube. After they tried to boss up with the subliminal shade, oh, I'm on a big network TV. Well, stay your ass on the big network. Now you're over here, Claudia Jordan, trying to get your YouTube active. I wonder why. Because that shit over there where y'all at about to fucking go to the sewage. All right? So now it's all out there. So can we be done with this week? Can we be done with the lies? Can we be done with the fairy tales and fables? Can we be done with the fake beef? Can we be done with all of that?
This is what crazy is that he the one who created all of this. Talking about can we be done? Bitch, are you done? Are you done? What you mean? Can we be done? You the one been taking shots. You've been the only person out of the window. There is no can we be done. Nobody else is arguing with you. Claudia ain't arguing with you. Al ain't arguing with you. Producers ain't arguing with you. Them people just went on about their damn business. You the only one fighting and punching the damn walls. Nobody else is doing that. And you talking about your issue with Claudia Jordan, baby. If you allowed any motherfucker to talk you out of a $250,000 spot, you a goddamn fool. Because, baby, $250,000 a year is also paying me for my goddamn pain. So I'd be willing to put up with whatever fuck shit come with my coworkers, whatever the case may be. Most of our asses could actually endure the stress of our jobs from our bosses and our coworkers if the pay was paying properly. But the audacity on the average job to have me to be overworked and undercompensated, and I gotta put up with this bitch right next to me, baby. You're gonna have to pick a struggle, but bitch, you were being paid for whatever fuck shit was the tea behind the scenes. Y'all heard it said himself. I made more money with a TGIF foxhole check than most people gonna amass in a single anecdotal ass lifetime. That's what he said. After he had already said initially that them hoes broke and needed a $127 microphone back and could not afford him. And we're just trying to make it make sense. Jonathan, welcome to the platform, boo. What are your thoughts?
Hi there, Conscious.
Hey there, John.
So, I think, like a lot of people were saying, and after a couple of these lives in the past couple of days, I feel like two things can be true. I feel like his initial statement was probably the PR statement as to why he left. And I think some of the stuff that he's brought up recently could also be contributing factors. It could be both. It could be that, yeah, he wanted a pay raise and they weren't willing to give him a pay raise. But then there was some other shit that was going on behind the scenes that had been bothering him for a while. And I can also, and since this is all, since we're basing it off of what he's saying, because nobody else is really saying anything, he could be getting a lot of phone calls and a lot of text messages and screenshots behind the scenes that is triggering him to react this way. Because let's not act like people in these YouTube streets put all this shit out in the open for people to see. Like, Tasha wasn't going to tell anybody that she called trying to broker peace unless she was going to be able to record it and post it on her channel. Tasha wasn't going to sit there and tell and be 100 and honest about her apologizing to him for even bringing that shit to his door in the first place. And like I said, I don't necessarily ride 100% with how he has handled all of this and the way that he's going about this. Because optically, yeah, it does look like he's just kind of fighting in the air and taking, and throwing shots.
It's not a kinda, John. There's nobody, as you just said, there's nobody else
optically.
in the
Okay,
chat.
optically,
Is nobody else in a group chat but him?
Optically, at this point, yes.
And
so
guess,
unless he's gonna sit here and tell us that he been getting phone calls and been hearing a lot of stuff.
Here is the gag, though, John. Do you also consider how is it that Al and Claudia been getting told the fuck up as a result of everything he doing? Do you see them using the fact that they getting phone calls and screenshots? Because their shit is blowing up. Hell, Claudia has just did a live stream tonight on her Instagram while I was live, and her chat continues to be flooded with everything that Funky continues to do. And she said even tonight, I'm not going to respond and to do this with somebody that I have loved. He's going to fight with himself. I did not know anything about the pay situation, and he did not give me the opportunity to even do something about whatever he claiming, because he didn't even talk to me at all about the situation. If that's what he claiming, I could have done. I probably could have got in and intervened, etc. Because I wanted him on the show. I brought Funky to the show. This show was initially created because of the chemistry between us as a unique trio. So why the fuck would I not be interested in keeping this man happy? Why would I not be fucking interested in maintaining this man's presence on the show? Even after he left, we gave him a farewell. I got in his comments. I said, girl, I want you back. Like, if you want to come back, you can come back. I want you back. We want you back. So Claudia even had to say for the 50 trillionth time, he kept me out of it. I don't know what the fuck going on. We all had kept it positive over here. If it's gonna get nasty, he gonna be the one to take it there, and he gonna be on his own taking it there. So what do you say, Jonathan, to the fact that everybody else's phone getting blown up, everybody else getting screenshots, everybody else getting text messages, everybody else getting trolled, and yet you only see one person yet out of the window as a result?
What I will say is, and I've actually
over something that he brought to us, or just might I add, because he didn't even have to go into none of those details to begin with initially. He could have just said, hey, y'all not going to see me on Fox Soul. We parted ways. I love my Fox Soul family. Continue to support them. Y'all can always catch me here and all the other places I'm going to be at. I'll see y'all later. Bye.
I still stick with my original opinion that the way he went about that initially was very PR in my point. He just said that, and actually I would like to point out too, because he said in that original video, it wasn't like I was asking for that much more. So I don't think what he was asking for,
after you already sitting on $250,000 out of the gate a year.
again, we would have to know the numbers of what you were making.
$250K that he even admitted he ain't even making right now, because he's talking about what he believes he can hypothetically possibly do on his own. He ain't even proved it yet to himself. He just putting some calculations together. So you wanted these folks to pay you more than $250K, and you ain't even currently having $250K to spare.
Well,
that don't make
initially what he said was,
and what corporation pays you for what the fuck you futuristically are worth? We don't pay you based upon what the fuck you're worth to be in 10 years, bitch. We're paying you 250K for your worth now, and that's probably even be exceedingly generous for a bitch who only works 5 hours, 4 days, 5 days out of the week.
Again,
doing what you already do on YouTube. Hold on. And doing what you already doing on YouTube for more work at that. Because, yeah, you can do however many videos it takes for you to do to get to 250 motherfucking K. But, bitch, what you also got to do is use your own equipment, do your own editing, do all of the production, etc. We're paying you to do what the fuck you already do, which is already overly generous, and you want us to pay you more than a generous salary you already make, and that's also according to you. And because you feel or think you can make that in a year, they're supposed to pay you a little bit more? Just because you can do this on your own. There's a lot of motherfuckers working who can make their salary doing something else, like selling pussy, hitting the pole, and making 6 months worth of rent in 6 hours, popping pussy. I mean, we all have that excuse. What corporation you expect to pay you for your potential worth? And if you that rich, and it's that much more easy,
normal contract
and it's that much more easier. And it's that much. Okay, but this is the thing, Jonathan. I've been telling y'all, right? There's 3 sides. There's funky, there's who signs his checks, and then there's the facts. And it would seem to me that we might have to evaluate, since we catching him in all type of bullshit now, all type of math that now ain't making no sense for real now. We got to consider if that's even the... Hold on, we got to consider, right, Jonathan, if that's even the case. The truth could be that he asked for a whole lot more, not a little bit more. You only assuming that's the truth, that he asked for a little bit more. And what is a little bit? That's a relative statement. We don't know what a little bit looks like, to someone like him who's already claiming he's already worth $1 trillion, and he can just do this by making, 1.5 more videos, and we're only hearing from him. So he gets to control this narrative, which means that he can choose to embellish, he can choose to lie, he can choose to project, he can choose to do a whole lot of things, because right now he's the only one behind the wheel of the narrative. But I'm questioning now, because of his behavior, the inconsistencies, and what he's saying and his actions. And why are you so mad to be somebody who gets to make that much money doing a whole lot less, according to you? What are you fucking upset about? What are you mad about?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, what I don't agree with, what I want to say I don't agree with, is him not telling his fans to not go over there and troll, because I had even commented that a few times under several of his posts. I said, look, if you got to say what you want to say what you want to say. But if you don't want your fans to go over there and create more issues for you, then you need to tell us that. because you know they're gonna do it anyways. Everybody's fan base, whether their faves tell them or not, to not go over there and attack this person that I have an issue with or I don't have an issue with. The fans are going to do what the fans are going to do.
Yeah.
Personally, for me, I wasn't going to go over there and be up in there trolling people.
Yeah.
But that was personally for me. And like you said, yes, there are some inconsistencies. It didn't sit right with me that he had that Tasha K had his number and that he would even answer a phone call from her, knowing how she has done some of his other friends. But that same energy that I have for him on that, I have it for Flame too.
Mm-hmm.
Because Flame is also supposed to be good friends with Madison. So why the fuck are you over there letting Tasha K interview you? That don't sit right with me either. And it don't sit right with me that Flame had to sit there and bring up all the shit that Kaya used to say about him as a way, to discredit him. Oh, he's a crackhead. Oh, he's a junkie. It didn't sit right with me that he called him a funky monkey junkie. You know?
Can I say something?
Hold on for a minute, y'all, because I'm about to go in some chronological order. But I want to ask you, Jonathan, because I had to call him all. And look, I'm with you, Jonathan. I love Funky Dineva. I hate that I have to unpack him. I hate that I have to, because I
didn't necessarily want him to drop those names either.
I would just not be being sincere if I acted like this is a bunch of bullshit. But let me ask you this question, because another cap was, this issue is in Flame's head. Flame, there is no beef. There is no beef. Contrary to popular, there is no beef. This is a one-sided beef. I don't got no beef. I don't know. But yet, you choose to come on this whole week at 8 intentionally because Flame is in that seat. And then when he was clocked in the chat for clickbaiting because he had made an Instagram post claiming that he was going to be dragging a bitch, for that not to happen, he called the commenter crazy, but then at the same time validated the commenter by then going in on some alleged fake and phony motherfucker, and that y'all just over here for the drama and the bullshit after he been drudging up the drama with the post and delete with the narratives by coming on intentionally at 8, etc. But to make matters worse, how you gonna claim there's not an issue with you and Flame, but yet then blame Claudia for utilizing Flame? But guess what? There's no issue, right? So if hold on. If it was true that there's no issue with you and Flame, why didn't you pull this same I'm gonna come on at 8 the week that Carolina SUV was working? It's like he's being double mouth. He's being double handed. He's talking out of both sides.
He's double minded.
He's being contradictory and hypocritical right in our faces. And it's like, I'm one of the only people who is like, are y'all really falling for this bullshit? Are y'all so caught up in the spice that y'all don't even understand this person is being completely incoherent? They're being completely disjointed. And y'all not even clocking it because y'all just so, oh my God, Claudia being a fake ass bitch. Oh, Flame, y'all. So, and guess what? Funky been on these streets for 14 years. So he has mastered the art of being able to gaslight, get some shit started, pull his hand out, throw the rock. Look, if there's anybody more experienced at this, it's Funky. And Funky knows what the fuck he's doing. Even tonight, attempting to play the fake ass victim bitch after you the one who drew first blood and kept drawing blood. And then you gonna tell 19,000 motherfucking people, can we just leave this alone over a fight your ass been committing to? Girl, oh, go ahead, Jonathan. Go ahead.
Okay.
I can just go on.
Well, I will say this though. The part that I believe is that Flame is really upset about his about Funky's critique of them on the Breakfast Club, and not this other stuff that they're claiming that they said about them. Because my thing is like, if that's what if Funky ever said out his mouth that he didn't think you were funny and all the other stuff you just said to Tasha K, please pull the videos up, because it ain't like he ever deletes any of his videos. The evidence will be out there somewhere. I do remember the video and his commentary regarding Flame about Flame's Breakfast Club interview, because Flame was on there being problematic as fuck and pandering. Some people felt they were pandering to people like Charlemagne and them, who are also not allies of the community. And there have been a lot of other people aside from Funky that look at Flame as someone who is dangerous in terms of the community with their views, because sometimes the optics of their views look like pandering, or they agree with people whose views are harmful towards the community. Because a lot of activists and other LGBTQ celebrities and etc. do not mess with Flame for very similar reasons. So that's just that part I do believe. Now I'm not saying that there is.
Why drop Claudia's name? So why drop?
No, I'm saying
Tasha
he got beef with
Flame.
He got beef with Flame. Like,
no,
he needs to just admit that to himself.
Yeah, because he being completely disingenuous. Like Flame calling you about a flame. She calling you out about Flame, and you deflecting from that. Now he did admit, yes, I said the things that I said. Like,
but I didn't say
but that don't warrant you calling me a crackhead, junkie Dineva, etc. Boom, boom, boom. Now you gonna have a mixed audience with that, because some people feel like you can't spray a bitch or come for a bitch and then tell them not how to not come back for you. So everybody's attitudes are different about that. I don't know where the videos are that Flame is talking about. I also can't see Flame making up a bunch of shit that didn't play out in the public.
I'm not saying Flame's making up shit. I'm saying Flame is tailoring their issues with them in order to make it look worse than what it is.
No,
like I said, I never seen Flame say that Flame's not funny.
Flame, this is so easy. Funky, if he's acknowledging I'm a commentator. I gave commentary about a public figure.
Yeah.
Okay. Flame can make space for that because, yes, bitch, you a public figure. So, you got to clearly leave room for people to have an opinion about you. Now, there is a difference between a bitch having an opinion and a bitch just being nasty, low down, and slanderous. Funky saying that ain't what I did. I ain't say nothing unnecessary. I commented on her politics, and I gave my opinion maybe about her comedy. She didn't appreciate those sentiments, and then it warranted all of this nastiness towards me, etc. And now we here. Okay.
I have a response to that.
But here is the thing. Of course, Flame is gonna get her lick back because you said on TGIF the bitch will never occupy the seat. Now, he also clarified that too. As long as I was there, she was never going to occupy the seat. And did y'all ass see her there? No, the fuck you did not see her there, because I was occupying the goddamn seat. So tonight he clarified and said, you can have it, baby. Okay, you're not clocking me because you now there, because you was not able to be there while I was there. That's the gag. So my sentiments and my authority still is what it is. Because did you have your ass there on TGIF out of the 4 years that I was there? No, the fuck you did not. Fine. But here's also what's interesting about what he said tonight. As it relates to Trasher K, he said initially, no, I'm not interested in a fucking phone call with her, because as far as I'm concerned, we ain't got no beef. I made comments about her politics. She then chose to go left. and she can stay left because we ain't the same age, nor do we run in the same circle. So, you know, let there be peace in the Middle East. But then he also said tonight that, and then he said he was, you know, if she wanted to talk, then whatever, he would make space for it. But then when Tasha asked him, could it be recorded? He said, hell no. But then he said tonight that 2 nights ago, he was on the phone with T.S. Madison and asked her, what does Flame have against me? So now I'm more confused. Because on one hand, you acted like you didn't give a fuck what the issue was, and you've been telling us that the issue is all in Flame's head. But then you admitted tonight that you too are curious and was curious about the issue, and that you and T.S. Madison had a whole conversation about what the fuck was she pressed over. But you're like, I can't do this with Funky Jonathan.
I feel it. I mean, sometimes when I don't think I care about what somebody is upset with me about, I will say that I have gone back and asked somebody, well, what is it they're really mad at me about? Sometimes those things bug you enough that then you do care. But that's just me. The one
you're trying your best to act unbothered, but you bothered. You bothered by everything you're saying you're not
and
bothered
true,
by.
and maybe he needs
you are bothered by Flame.
himself.
You want to know what the fuck the problem is, but you come in here telling us you don't give a fuck, you a bad bitch, you don't need to talk to her, etc. But then because, and see, this is a problem, and see, this is what I got to give it up to Claudia, Al, and everybody over there at Fox Soul, because anybody who been in media know that if you start to run your mouth enough, it's like the court of law. Anything that you say, baby, can and will be used against you. And because it's human nature, you gonna end up incriminating yourself if your ass talk long enough, which is why most attorneys tell their clients to shut the entire fuck up. Because you are bound inevitably by human nature to start talking in a way that's gonna come back to bite your motherfucking ass in the ass. And that's what's happening with Funky is it, because he keeps talking and talking and talking and talking, all the hem of his garments are becoming undone. Because, and it all goes back to what I've been saying, because he's not being transparent. He can't even spray Claudia now with her own tea because she already admit, bitch, yeah, things over there at Fox Soul ain't been perfect, girl. But I believe in patience. I believe in choosing my battles. I believe in the 60-40 rule, the 70-30 rule. And I make decisions based upon, you know, what I feel is the greater gain. And so she ain't saying she been some perfect patty. She ain't saying and acting like she's unnecessarily stupid, etc. And when she was here, she also blessed him in whatever it is, whatever it was. Like, I wish him well, I love him, etc. But she ain't acting like she was picture perfect, and she ain't acting like things over there was picture perfect. So now on Mad Day, because you pressed her, she's still over there with $250,000 bag, and you now having to use that Final Cut Pro again, and you got to blow the dust off of that iMovie editing software. And you got to open up the doors of the sanctuary to where them synthetic wigs and them goddamn church dresses is. Now you mad as hell. And now on Mad Day, all the pillow talk that she done had with you during those times that she was upset, that she was in her feelings, that she wasn't happy with the network either, are now all the things that you are threatening to expose because you want those things to paint her as a fake ass bitch who is being insincere because she knows exactly what the hell you talking about and what the hell you upset at. But once again, Claudia already unloaded your fucking clip. So you ain't doing her in by now threatening to spray her with her own tea. And that's why she ultimately put respect on his decision, because every person got to decide they 60-40. Every person got to decide they ins and they outs. But Claudia did not say that it was a rose-colored yellow brick road over there at Fox.
Oh, and I believe it when she says that, because in at the beginning of all of this, my feelings about the company in itself, based on some other stuff that's gone on in the last 4 years, makes me think just something about it doesn't sit right with me. So this is just a sad thing.
Somebody asking why she unfollowed Al. Why she unfollowed Al ain't got nothing to do with why the fuck Funky Dineva is currently out of $250,000 a year.
Well, and it also doesn't explain why Al is liking all the posts that Funky is putting up here.
Exactly. And it also don't explain why the fuck whatever going on, his ass ain't stupid enough to join Funky ass. He'll be over there liking them. He'll be over there liking them damn posts, but I bet you he ain't gonna be over there starting a goddamn YouTube as long as his ass getting a $250,000 check either.
No, and it also doesn't explain. Again, it also doesn't explain why he told Al he was leaving, but he didn't tell her he was leaving. Because she said it out her own mouth. She didn't know that this was coming, but Al did.
Because clearly him and Al are friends. And they're clearly more friends than Funky and Claudia is, despite the fact that they are also friends too. But it's like any other friendship group where you're closer to one person than the other.
Like, you know, the breakdown of a friendship can have a lot of factors going into that. And because nobody's saying nothing about that
it's
yet.
Not the joke. The joke is not on me. You didn't. I'm not talking to you, John. I'm talking to Hold on. Let me put a name on it. I'm talking to Miss whatever this ghetto ass bone quisha name is. The gag is not on me. What you have felt to hear properly is me stating that you have yet to see Al become a YouTuber and join Funky Dineva ass yet. Because where's his ass while Funky is unemployed? Right over there on T-G-I-F, collecting a $250,000 annual goddamn gross income check along with Claudia and motherfucking Flame Monroe. Okay, his ass did not make the same decision as Claudia had told y'all.
Well, we all said from the beginning that Al wasn't gonna give up his money.
Because we know, and Al is also vocal about how money hungry he is. He won't all that, you know. And Claudia has been very vocal about the fact that she's a working girl and she gets to the motherfucking bag. Funky Dineva is very complacent, and he's going to rely on his YouTube situation, and that's his choice to rely on. If you feel like your YouTube check gives you leverage, because in his initial commentary he did say what? I am a privileged person who got options. Okay, cool, fine. Claudia and Al got options too, and they taking all of them. If you felt like you could afford to jump out the window and you wanted to jump out the window, you jumped out the window. And you made it seem to us like, bitch, you jumped out the window to do a lot less for a whole lot more, but yet you the only one mad. Nobody else is mad.
Okay. I have a personal anecdote for this, and it probably doesn't relate.
I'm excited to see you. It's smooth and profitable. Flame said, baby, it is smooth and it is profitable, baby. And we are enjoying Flame over there. She is a ball of fun. She is fresh energy. She still brings the comedy. She brings the aesthetic. She brings the beauty. It is a whole vibe over there. And smooth and profitable. That's what I'm saying, though. Of course, Flame was going to get her lit back and say, bitch, look at me now. But I'm just still trying to figure out why we 40 and why we are not able to be 100. Publicly, he's out here saying, I don't care. Flame arguing by herself. But then you inadvertently admitted that you also are pressed about the issue and what the problem is, to the point that you called T.S. Madison and had a whole conversation with her about what Flame mad at. But then when Flame was willing to talk to you about what she's upset at, you made that about her and Unhinged. Unhinged is the one that asked you to record the conversation, not Flame. So you could have hung up on Unhinged and still cultivated a dialogue with Flame, because y'all already got a mutual friend. She's only one DM away.
Well, wait a sec. Wasn't his response though that Flame said, if we're not gonna sit here and put this out in the public, then we have nothing to talk about?
Which I'm gonna be honest, I'm not mad at, because when shit happens publicly, I feel like, why have a private resolve when there's a public narrative that I don't like you or you don't like me, and you said shit about me and I've said shit about you. So why would we privately resolve that in a space where things happen publicly?
And that's fair, but I will say this. I have seen people try to publicly resolve their issues, and those don't always go well, because like Funky said, all it ends up being is we get to arguing and we get to fighting.
And guess what? And that's what it became by him making his views public. So we also can learn that speaking out loud about a bitch don't make things no better either. Because you sitting here arguing just like you claimed you were trying to avoid doing by not engaging in a recorded dialogue. If I was Flame too, like, unless our issues happen privately, I'm not going to want a private matter of fact, I just went through this publicly with another peer on this platform. I said, I don't want to have a private conversation. We need to have a public discord, because the things that happened played out publicly. So therefore, the resolve, the makeup, and the breakup of it all need to also be publicized. These conversations, especially about shit that happens publicly, they need to happen publicly because there needs to be accountability. Nobody needs to take your word for it or my word for it. The conversation need to happen publicly so folks can see exactly what the hell happened. They can see exactly who was the issue. They can see exactly who was doing what, instead of us talking privately, and then you get to go back to your platform and retell the story in whatever fashion you want, and then we're back at square one. So no, I too don't believe in hashing shit out. Now, if the issue privately, then yes, we having it privately. But I don't believe in no public shit happening, and then you think you want to talk to me privately. No, ma'am. No, sir. No.
And at the end of the day, like I'm saying, that's fair. It's sad. It's sad. The whole situation is sad, and I really hope if Funky gonna keep going on with these lives,
and he is, and it's unfortunate that he is, because he about to blow his he gonna blow his own head off for no reason. Whatever issues you got with the network, you can take those issues up with the network. I mean, I don't know how far talking about the network publicly is going to get you.
Well,
if there's some real issues and you feel like there's some money owed to you, I mean, you need to get your lawyers involved, and you need to go do what you need to do.
And truthfully,
and whatever issues that you have with Claudia, like if Claudia kept those issues privately, then I don't know really what you're getting off either by speaking on Claudia, because she keeping it cute.
Well, let's not.
Because let's be real honest here. If Funky Dineva think that he's the only person, because remember, I told y'all a few live streams ago, I really believe that the reason why his ass won't fully pull the trigger is because he knows that everybody else's extendo clip is loaded the fuck up equally. If none of us believes that Funky Dineva has been perfect for 4 fucking years, no, but we already know he almost got T-G-I-F canceled behind all the shit he was doing regarding black women on the platform. If we think that for real, that funky fucking messy Dineva ass is the only motherfucker sitting on some shit, the funky bunch would be gravely mistaken. The only reason why that motherfucker ain't pulled the whole trigger yet is because he knows what will come as a result is everybody else's ammo. See, this is not indicative of Al and Claudia, but ironically, everything that Funky is doing is indicative of his pathology. And it's funny that he called out Tasha K for not being untrustworthy, but it's not like you have a history of being untrustworthy yourself. I mean, of being trustworthy yourself. And folks in here saying, well, Claudia is messy. Here's the gag. If y'all feel that Claudia is messy, how much more does Funky know about who he in relationship to? Because ain't he in relationship to Unwind with Tasha K? He locked in with all the messy bunch. Ain't he was the one to tell y'all about all her damn business in a prior TGIF story when they covered Cardi B, and he let it be known that his friend, who he's saying is untrustworthy for getting involved with him and Flame's non-existent issue, is also the same friend whose business he made public for the sake of a click and a view on a talk show when he let it be known that she had told him where she was hiding all of Cardi B's money and that she was intentionally giving this woman the runaround. Did you see Tasha K get her ass up here and trash Funky? Did you see her ass get her ass up here and do an expose on his ass? But yet he's the one upset at her for so-called trying to be a mediator between, and I don't even fuck with Unhinged. But even tonight, I had to admit that it wasn't that she was being malicious. She was just being an opportunist.
Well, yeah, I agree with when you say that. She was being an absolute opportunist, like she always is. But I think I don't have any more to add to this.
Well, stay up here, Jonathan, because I got a feeling at the panels, you know, it's something that you might wanna, you know, that you might want to speak to. So just hold on a little bit. I forgot. Okay, this panel kind of out of order, but I think I'm going to try to remember the order. A Dragon's Den, what's going on?
Hello, how are you, sir?
Dragon Den, was you up here like a few nights ago?
I was, but I mean, I don't know if
because no, I'm just trying to figure out if you was the one who told us that you also used to work for the network at some point in time.
Oh no, that wasn't me.
That wasn't you? Oh, okay, but I do remember Dragon's Den. Okay, but go ahead. Welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on the shenanigans.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. And first of all, I just want to say that up until this show, TGIF, I really never had a whole lot of respect for Funky Dineva. I thought he was a real kind of very low-class individual with the things that he was doing. But then I thought about it. He wasn't doing anything that nobody else was doing before him, with him, or after him. And I'm full transparency. I do not care for Flame Monroe. You know, I want to like and support Flame Monroe so bad, because a lot of times when Flame speaks, I see a lot of what he's saying is true, but at the same time, it's like 90% pandering to the straight community. The other 10%, he barely with us, the LGBTQIA plus community, on anything, even when we write. I think, and this is just my opinion, that Flame is so focused on trying to get in where he fit in with the straight community, he is losing sight to the fact that, yeah, you might have a few of those individuals like Dave Chappelle, they care about you, but the vast majority of, you know, anti-LGBTQ people walking around, they will never like you no matter what you do, no matter who you connected to. And for me, I'm like, just point that out. We're not saying that you can't do things to take care of yourself. And it would be nice if all of us could intertwine with all areas, straight, gay, whatever. That's the perfect euphoria of where we all would want to be, where we can move in any circle and everybody is just love. But acknowledge all the transgenders that are dying out here. Acknowledge all the people that are being succumbed to all this stuff. Dave Chappelle just did I think he did a show called Dreamer or whatever the title of the Netflix show was. You know, he spent a large majority of that show, and to Flame credit, she did acknowledge that, hey, something was off. This is not the day that I know, and I respected that she called him out for that. And that's the person that I want to be fair. You know, Flame talks about the LGBTQ community being fair and pointing out.
And she is saying, Dragon, I'm very fair, but I understand your opinion. But continue on.
And yeah, and like I said, all I want is for, like I said, I want to like Flame, because I watched some of her earlier show and I laughed my ass out, but I almost felt guilty about laughing at what she was saying, because I'm like, Lamont, that's my middle name, you shouldn't be laughing at this, but it was funny. And that's like, wow, I can see her funny. I can feel that funny, but I just want I want people in the community to be fair. Yeah, I want Flame to get all the money that she could get and be on all the shows and have her own Netflix blockbusters, but I wanted to just be fair in the interim. Hey, I'm from this community. I'm gonna call out the BS, but if the straight community is doing wrong, I'm calling them out. I don't care if it might risk me not having a show or risk me having to have an uncomfortable conversation, but at the end of the day, I'm still a part of this community. I still have a lot of common sense, but I also want, you know, straight people to understand I'm still a part of this community. But again, to a certain extent, Funky can be overboard. That man can be overboard. Like I've told Claudia in the DM, she probably ain't listened to this, but me and Claudia have discussed in the DMs where he just over the top with this nonsense. And she has agreed with me. She probably won't admit that, but I got the DMs to prove it. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those things, like, just when you think Funky is on this, and mind you, he's a very intelligent man. We ain't taking that from him, but sometimes he can go over the top. But I'd rather have somebody like him going over the top than somebody like Flame, who is just all this pandering to the straight community. It is just out of control. And only when Flame recently said that something was off with Dave, I felt that she understood what we have been going through once and for all, and she understood at the moment. And I felt a certain kind of way about it. Like, I want to like Flame. I'll watch her Coffee Time with Flame. I've even sent money. You know what I'm saying? Not a whole lot, because, you know, if you ain't got it, you got it. But I enjoy her coffee while she, you know, drinking the coffee, eating her bacon and all that other stuff. But it's so hard to stay focused on Flame, because I'm just so sick. As a 52-year-old man, I am sick of watching our community just really kind of placate the straight, all this stuff. But like I said, with Claudia, I used to be a big fan of Claudia's, but I can't. Claudia, in the last 3 months, she ain't the Claudia that I knew season 7 of The Real Housewives of Atlanta. When she rolled Nene to the brink of filth in that Puerto Rico read. You know what I'm saying? That's when I got hooked. I said, oh, that's the real one right there. And when she read her for filth, I was like, it ain't a health department in the world can clean Nene up after that. Because Claudia was, and I loved and respect of Claudia for that. But lately, it's been kind of funny. Now, I understand Fox, so they did throw shade at Funky when they had Flame on there. But again, at the end of the day, like you've been saying, Conscious, business is business. And you got to keep going with the keep on. And I respect that. And yeah, Flame kind of reminds me of sometimes when, you know, you don't need to always go to the media. But if that's all you know, as chaotic and unstrategic as it is, that's even a word, you can't always go to the YouTube. You know what I'm saying? But I do believe that there is something going on, because I ain't finna leave no $250,000. I'm bougie as hell. You think I'm finna leave $250,000 because somebody, you know? No, we gonna work something out. And
look, it seemed like even Funky was about to question what the fuck wrong with him. that he left 250K.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
When he said it, you could literally see his spirit glowing, his eyes wide, and as he spelled out 250. I mean, he almost started speaking about the 250 as if he didn't walk away from it. He spoke about it in an impressive manner, but then he came back to reality about like the narrative.
Right. And with me, and then we all have said this, but at the end of the day, we don't know what we're gonna do when we got a $250,000 salary on our backs and telling us you better put up with this. They say not all money is good money, and sometimes, like you've been saying and other people have been saying who've been talking about it, you can make some adjustments. You know what I'm saying? You can do that, but I would like to know what was really going on and what is this semi-automatic firearm he said he got in the chamber against Claudia, because I would like to know, because again, like I said, she been moving kind of suspiciously, and I'm gonna tell you something. And I know I've said it a lot on your channel, and but it's just like all this, I know you gave her a good interview and you put her in a better light, but I still think she got a problem with colorism. She got a problem with transphobia. She got a problem with gay folks. Okay,
so I'm glad that you're saying that, because now I would like to understand the mentality then, because as Claudia knows, as Al knows, as Funky knows, I have also not minced any words, over the course of the show TGIF, which I love, I've supported, I've given commentary on, I've always expressed how much I love them as a trio, as a group, etc. But when certain topics came up based upon the way the conversation was had, I too had to have conversations around whether it was Funky Dineva's alleged anti-blackness, his own internalized, self-hating issues, etc., or whether it was conversations around whether Claudia was trans, etc., which is why I specifically asked her in the interview, to speak to those claims, because some people feel that her commentary is disjointed when it comes to the trans or the LGBT conversation. She, further explained that she doesn't feel she's homophobic or anything. And now that I have a fuller picture, really, because she also spoke about how, like, her actual politics have to do with actually humanizing people. Like, okay, people may be able to say that I am a queerphobic or homophobic or transphobic, etc., because my opinion may be this versus that, etc. I don't know whether I always have the so-called right opinion about these issues, but what I do know is that I see LGBT people as humans and as people who deserve to have a full human experience. And the way that I vote is informed by their humanity. The fact that I put LGBT people on in real positions to make money, to make history, to have visibility, to be seen as human. Okay, cool. Folk can argue that I'm queerphobic, but as far as I'm concerned, I love queer people. And when it's time for us to all be afforded the same rights, I feel and believe that should be extended to all people, including LGBT folks. So with that being said, Dragons Den, because this is what I also consider as a queer person, right? If queer people themselves, because you are here also critiquing Flame on the fact that you don't feel, she always says the right things. And to be fair, me and Flame have a history as well, okay? I have tugged on Flame's wig when it comes to her talking points around the LGBT community. But I remember like a few months ago, I was talking to Reckless, because Reckless is still very polarized by Flame. He just really is agitated by Flame. And I was telling him months ago, I said, I said, sometimes when I listen to Flame, I feel like I can feel her heart. And because of that, I'm more interested in not being so polarized and just kind of trying to understand per se, like, you know, like how her brain works and why she feels the way that she feels. And what I have come to surmise about Flame and Claudia is, because I don't believe that Flame or Claudia at this point are anti-queer people. What I think happens that makes the community label them that is, and maybe this is what's missing from Flame and Claudia's mentality, is because they approach the world largely from everybody's equal, kind of like a I don't see no color mentality. Like we all equal. So as far as I'm concerned, you know, why gay people got to come out? Why gay people got to have a pride? Like, who really cares? Who nobody gives a fuck. You can do what you want to do. You can live how you want to live. Like, you know, it should be second nature to you. Like, it's a perception issue. And Flame, I realize, also approaches the world largely like that too, because if you listen to the way Flame talks about her life and stuff, she talks from somebody who's like, look, yeah, I'm trans. I've had my experiences, but I've made a way for my life. I've made a way for myself. I've never let any of that shit get to me. I did what I had to do. I stood in who I was. I fought nail and tooth and advocated for myself. And I feel like everybody else has the same fucking opportunity to do so. And we're worried too much about identity politics. Now, I can see, though, to your point, I can see what the problem is with that, because we know that the issue of gender and sexuality is very nuanced, right? So we know, unfortunately, the world ain't equal. The world is very lopsided and disproportionate. And when we don't look at the world the way that it actually is, that's what can make us feel that the world is fairer and more equal than really what it is, because it's really not. And so, but that, for me, in my opinion, doesn't make people transphobic or queerphobic. It's just that, like, some of the people who are being critiqued and labeled as transphobic and homophobic are people whose perception is different, and that's what ends up being contentious when it comes to the talking points around these issues, is because you got one group that also includes queer people alongside straight people who, like, girl, nobody cares. It's 2024. Live your fucking life. Like, you know, everybody can sleep well and sleep with who they want and make the money and be hired and da-da-da-da-da, boom, 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 and get the what they want to get. Just work hard. Please stuff about your bootstrap shit. And then there's other people who are like, no, there are systemic issues that, yeah, some people anecdotally and individually are able to leverage themselves, but that's not the general playing field for all people.
I'm a former Marine, you know, and I went in doing don't ask, don't tell. And you better have kept your mouth closed, or there ain't no telling where you were going to be, off the ship, into the Atlantic Ocean, in the ditch, whatever. But you get older, you like, no, you ain't going to stand for it. You ain't broadcasting. You ain't got no shirt said I'm queer and I'm here and all this old stuff, right? But like you were saying, some things you get to a point in your life where you can't ignore. I'm not going to fit in. I'm going to do me. I'm not going to force nobody to accept me. But some things, you know, you watch and see like, oh, no, we have to join forces. Like, and I think with Flame, it's always, I'm going to adjust. Like you were saying, how, you know, you see things differently. We are seeing things different. I'm 52. I don't think Flame is too much older than me. So but you know, I'm a crazy Pisces anyway. You know what I'm saying? So most, you know, I'm always thinking, you know, and I have the habit of thinking the worst. You know what I'm saying? But that's just me. But I'm also a very focused and intuitive person, as most Pisces are. Having said that, I'm just not going to allow certain stuff to be said to me. I don't have a relationship with my sisters and nieces now because they like to get slick, and I'm just not going to deal with that type of stuff. But I feel like when you got people like Flame, who is actually in those circles making whatever money that she makes and all of that, it's important that there is a balance of consciousness, consciousness that, you can say, well, you know what? That's not my situation, but I'm going to represent y'all. I'm still going to be an individual Flame Monroe, but I'm also going to represent you all as highly as I can. And when I see something, I'm calling it out. Not where it's a problem for me getting my bag or disrupting the cohesiveness with the straight community, but I'm going to have these conversations and we're going to get to the bottom of it. And no, you don't have to report to us what so-and-so was doing. No, we don't need that. We just need to know that you are actively out there in these circles doing what we want in turn. Let me say that, not what we want, but doing the right thing overall. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody is different. I can't take on the whole responsibility of what the LGBTQI plus community want, and neither can Flame. But what we can say is, look, I don't appreciate that. I'm still a part of this community, and we need to have this conversation. And it's a ways to do that without disrupting. And I guess maybe that's what Flame have been trying to say when she on the Breakfast Club. But it's just some of it is. I think the delivery method is just brutal. And maybe I'm just too sensitive. But I'm just, and Funky is crazy, you know what I'm saying? So both of them are on opposite sides of the spectrum. T.S. Maddox, in my opinion, will be in the middle. She's the middle ground between the chaos and all this between the two of them as far as how she sees things. And if you ever listen to T.S. Maddox, she's very politically correct unless it's Tasha K or Kaya, and then it's all bets are off. You know what I'm saying? And I don't blame them about that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But my thing is,
hold on, Dragon. Let me say this. Because I know there's a lot of people in the chat who like, there are some people who are highly disagreeing with you, but I want to say this to the chat. When you are not queer and these are not your shoes, it's very easy to have some of the criticisms that I see in the chat. Because it's almost like when men try to tell women what the world ain't like, and when men try to tell women what your experiences aren't. And a lot of times that happens for queer people too, where you have straight people trying to tell queer people what the world ain't. You can't tell us what the world ain't. We live it. And if we being too sensitive, Black women being too damn sensitive. If we being sensitive, the Black community being too damn sensitive. It's easy to say to people, y'all forcing us, or y'all too sensitive, when it ain't your shit to begin with. It's not your shit. It's not your shit. So I just want to make it clear that if LGBT folk being too sensitive, so is every other group too. Mm. Black folk, Black men, Black women, everybody being too damn sensitive. Everybody being too damn sensitive. Either that goes for all of us or it goes for none of us. But it ain't the case, but it ain't going to be the case for only some of us. Either we all too sensitive as a group, or none of us ain't too sensitive. But let me get some of these other people up in here. Stay around, Dragon. I want to welcome my Emily B. Hey, Emily. Can you hear me, Emily? I think you're on mute, boo. She might have walked away. I'm going to get my girl, Sin, and then Jay in here. Sin, can you hear me?
Yeah, baby. How are you?
I am awesome. How you doing?
I'm all right. I've been sitting here listening to you all, and just to kind of go back to Funky, because that's what started all of this. At this point, he just makes my ass itch with everything he's doing. And I say that wholeheartedly, because in the beginning when he said it was about, you know, the money and he was betting on himself and wasn't going to be Taraji'd and all of that, I was with him with that. I'm like, okay, maybe he's maturing and, you know, learning the business and, you know, hopefully, you know, he left, it was amicable and maybe Claudia got something else for him. All this back and forth, ranting and raving, going to his safe place with his, you know, green screen and wig and lipstick and all of that. It's just giving, boy, go somewhere and sit your ass down and heal. Do the work, because see, what he wants, and every time he gets a moment of proximity and right in the space where he could really, you know, this thing as far as mainstream media is concerned, and he's right there at the precipice of shit going great for him, he sabotages. He's the same, you know, dysfunctional, the opposite side of the same dysfunctional coin in Kaya and Tosh and Trasher K, and all of that is like I said the other night, it's pathology. He needs to go and figure out, why is he self-sabotaging so much? What is the you right there where you want to be, and then you fuck it up. And like I said last night, he was talking about his team didn't let him know his contract was coming up. Then, bruh, you need to fire your team. But I feel sorry for them, because now he's going back to YouTube, so they're probably not going to get any work in terms of getting paid for any work from him. So that's more unemployed people, including myself. And right now in this season, we don't need that. Now, in terms of Flame, I generally like Flame, and I can see both sides of the coin where, you know, I'm not LGBTQIA, but I consider myself an advocate for you guys. That she doesn't do enough advocating because she's pandering to the straights. But right now, the straights are writing the checks. I get it. And you got to understand that she's kind of the old guard of trans, not the new girl trans that are, you know, free and, you know, want to advocate and want to be visible and stuff. She came up under a time where, you know, I remember one of her testimonies was feeling like as a kid she was being seen with that episode of All in the Family, where the trans person was on there, and then subsequently was beat up in a hate crime with Rob Reiner's character, and subsequently died. So she's kind of that old guard, which they were kind of had to, you know, play both sides of the fence in order to at least get to where, you know, LGBTQIA today has more freedom to, you know, advocate for themselves and each other and fight the good fight and all of that. So, you know, I try not to judge her too harshly in that. And she said it before that that's the time frame that she's come out of. She's not a new trans girl. She done been here for a minute. She might have not made a lot of headway in busting down doors for the community, as ones may think, but you know, you can't discredit the little bit or the however much bit she put into it. And it's not about a check; it's about individuality. I hear you, Flame. I mean, and you're right to your opinions, because you and that's what I'm getting to, is that you see the world through your eyes of what you've been through and what you've seen, and how this, how the whole LGBTQIA has, you know, been from literally in the closets and you know, having to, you know, just say they drag queens and not living their truth, to having the freedom to do the fuck whatever. It's a beautiful thing. But you know, I get it. um Anybody going over there fucking with Trasha K, you know, y'all, she the ops. Let's look. I miss the 60s, 70s, and 80s loyalties of black folks. When I was mad at whoever, and I didn't fuck with them no more, the closest ones to me didn't fuck with them either. You know, could we get a little bit of that loyalty back, especially for her? Because I swear to God, I'm would somebody go ahead and as in Mortal Kombat, finish that hoe, because I'm sick of her. And that's all I wanted to say. I mean, just all of this just makes my ass itch. I don't like my emotions messed with when I'm riding with you and I believe in what you say, and then you come back with all this rant and rave and bullshit. Funky need to go somewhere with two before they find somebody end up with a combating his ass too. Hello? Hello?
Oh, sorry about that. I was on mute. Thank you for
Oh,
that, Stan. I just want to say that this is what I always say. I just would love the community. I would love for us to just. I would love a flame TS. I feel like all of us. It would just be a dope conversation because I'm over the contentious shit. Like I'm over the like I'm over being triggered. I'm over responding from a trigger. I just feel like there is a place for understanding amongst the entire community. And it's just that we just need to sit down and figure it out. Like we just need to have the discussion because all things could be made sense of. And like Flame say, there's a space for individuality and anecdotal experiences. And then there's also a space, to Dragon's point, when it comes to more systemic issues. And I think we have to give up one for the other. I think we think the two are on opposing sides when both of those realities exist, right? Like just like you're gonna have Black people in this system who say, hey, I've never experienced racism. I went and got an education. I made good choices. I stayed out of jail. I got a great job. I earned a great living, etc. And I ain't never been through what these niggas been through. Or, that's not have been my experience in the world. I understand that because me too, thank God, I have yet to experience racism directly. Like in terms of like from an individual so-called racist person, I've never experienced that. But I'm also not going to deny racism. I know racism is a reality. I know it exists. I know what my ancestors been through. I know what my current brothers and sisters and peers go through. I see what happens in the world. I'm aware of systemic racism, institutionalized racism. So I can never deny it just because it's not my experience. And I just feel like when it comes to the community, we can have both realities. Like what people haven't experienced individual and the way the actual system is designed. Like all of that is okay. All of that is a part of the truth. All of that is valid. And I just feel like it's just an understanding because I feel like people who haven't experienced racism maybe feel like racism isn't really that big of a reality for other people. And that would also be disingenuous to say. And I think that we think that because racism has been a bigger part of our experience versus other Black and brown people, that it means that they're denying racism all out together, which may not also be the case. I've never heard Flame say she's denying queer phobia or homophobia or transphobia, but I do think Flame looks at the world from her anecdotal experience, and she looks at it from the perspective of somebody who did not give a fuck and never allowed people to tell her who she was or dictate to her who she was. And she powered through in her self-belief. And as a result, she's been able to triumph in her reality. She along that road has been called out of her name. She's been misgendered. She has doors closed on her. I think ain't Flame has said I believe it was Flame who said that even there was a point where Monique had like did some transphobic shit and had closed the door. Flame isn't denying that, but Flame's principle from her perspective is we can have what we want as people as long as we know who the fuck we are. And once you know who the fuck you is, can't no bitch nowhere keep you from nothing. But once again, because see, here is the reality. I live at the intersection of both Flame and what Dragon is saying. I'm aware that the world is fucked up and that the world largely don't want to see a black man being effeminate in wigs and weaves, etc., and that I'm going to have to fight harder.
Yeah, but it wasn't her.
Hold on. And that I'm going to have to fight harder for who I am. So as a result of the way the world is designed, I got to do what Flame got to do, which is I have to have that zero fucks. I have to power through and push through and also have the attitude. And because I've had that attitude, I've been able to get here and beyond. I'm going even beyond here. I've been able to create something for myself that even my heterosexual peers have not been able to create for themselves. But I also know that that's not because the world is fair. I know that's because of that energy that I'm bodying, that Flame is talking about, that she also had to body, but also in the world that Hope Giselle talks about, but also in the world that T.S. Madison talks about, but also in the world that Janice Mock talks about. The world is the same. The world is fucked up. The world is racist. The world is sexist. The world is homophobic. It is transphobic. It is all of that. There are gatekeepers, etc. There are systemic and institutional issues. And also that self-belief is a reality and makes even more of a difference in a world because it's designed the way that it is. I think it's just, but as long as we not sitting at the same tables and making it make sense together, I don't think we're ever going to be able to really wrestle out the differences when it can be true. I think that some of us are actually saying the very same things. Some of us, the Flaming Rod, are just speaking individually and anecdotally, and girls like Hope Giselle, etc., are just speaking about the more systemic problems that queer people face, which also are a full reality that is reflected in the data. It's reflected in the data, so there's no taking away from that. So I feel like if we all can just get on the same page about where our individuality and the systemic issues that impact us regardless of our personal beliefs and attitudes about ourselves, if we can like get clear that those things exist on the same spectrum, then I don't think a lot of the fussing and fighting and elbowing and knucking and bucking would occur in-house. And I don't think a lot of what's happening with the in-house fighting is because people are malicious or people are evil or people are sellouts. I think some of this shit is just a misunderstanding because everybody is approaching it from their lens of understanding. So we just need to all come together to just talk and to just be more and to better inform each other and actually listen to each other and not think everything is a dig and everything is a drag and everything is about, you know, people trying to one up each other. If we can just actually hear each other out, talk to each other, and bring the reality to the table, then I think we'll understand that you can have two things all in once. Hold on, but I want to go back to what Flame says. Consciouztv, I adore you and good night. Good night, boo. I think Flame also said, y'all keep mistaken pandering with okay, so how do I feel about that? Flame says y'all keep mistaken pandering with acceptance.
Can I say something?
Yes.
They are, well, I think for the most part, everybody here is intelligent. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and some of us may not have formal education, and that's fine. But we have common sense. We've experienced life, and we've lived in this world. We've seen many different things from all aspects of life. Flame, she is being accepted, and I've said that, and she mentioned in the comment that she's naturally talented, and it's not her being transgender. She just has a natural talent, and I've told her already, and I've said that she is funny. She's made me laugh, although I've had issues with about having laughed at it because I was concerned that this maybe I shouldn't be given that support. However, my thing is you're being accepted because her views are aligned with the straight community.
I think you understood her.
99% of the time her views, so there is the acceptance, and and we talked about ops, and I know this sounds weird, but as long as they know they have somebody like Flame Monroe, they're going to always say these things. Just look at how every time there's an issue, Comedy Hype, for example, this is just an example, they will always go to Flame Monroe as that one person, that one ally that they believe they have. And that's fine. Flame Monroe, get all your exposure. Everybody, get your exposure. That's not a problem. But there are other people. If you are truly trying to understand the community, you go to everybody, just like Consciouztv. You said earlier in this live that not everybody has to agree with you. And that's fine because we are all grown. We have that sense of self. But when particular outlets that are trying to get to the bottom of things, particularly when it comes to the LGBTQ issues and transgender issues specifically, it's always Flame Monroe. That's not a problem. She's loved by those sites. But these are the same sites and platforms, such as Comedy Hype, that don't want a second opinion by T.S. Madison or Angelica Ross. I don't know Angelica Ross. I never tweeted her anything like that. But I'm just saying, if you are truly trying to get a non-monolithic response to issues and things that are going on, if you say you're trying to understand this community, you just don't go to one person. It makes it problematic, and it makes somebody like Flame Monroe, who generally is probably, can be accepted by everybody else, but when it's always a place like those type of platforms always going after her for a response because they know she's going to align herself with their views, it is problematic, and it makes her problematic.
So what you're also saying, hold on, y'all. So what you're also saying is how the heterosexual community will utilize Flame because the heterosexual community already is interested in not wanting to take responsibility for issues that they have created for the community. And you feel like the heterosexual community utilize Flame to help them accomplish that.
Absolutely. That's my opinion.
Look, I have noticed, and I have said this, it's no secret, baby. I have said that same thing about the heterosexual community, and I think that it's come up tonight, even with you speaking, Dragon. So many heterosexual identified people in the chat are just like, basically like, oh, shut up. Like, stop pushing your gay ass agenda. Stop, like just finding ways to discount queer people's experience and the issues that queer people endure in the world, in everyday life, in the areas of the industry, etc. And that is there. I have been having these conversations about the community and the way these systems are, for eons. I was recently on my boy's Storm Monroe platform, and baby, his audience ate me the fuck up because I had the audacity to advocate for queer people, which did have to come with speaking about the reality of the way that queer people are gate-kept, oppressed, and violently kept out of spaces that they rightfully have a soul to, like any other human being does. And baby, them straight folk wasn't here for me talking that shit. Them folk was not. The folk was not there for, the folk was not here for my baby. The folk chewed me up, honey. They called me a liar. They basically said homophobia, queerphobia, transphobia was not a real thing. The way they committed to not hearing it the way they committed to not understanding it, the way they committed to going out of their way to deny and to make, you know, me appear to be crazy because I was talking about the reality of the world was exactly what white folk do when we talk about racism, you know, on an anecdotal or institutional level. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? You know, a nigger lives right next door to me. What do you mean? Racism. Johnny down the street got 5 black employees. What do you mean? Because we had a black president. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, shit? What do you mean? Let me drop the link for Flame. What do you mean? And I just be like, oh my God. Hold on, y'all. I just dropped the link for Flame. Hold on. Flame, it says that your device isn't connected. It said a device not connected. You might have to give your phone or your tablet permission to connect to your microphone and your computer. I can see you in the green room, but it's saying device. Okay, here it is. Hold on. Flame?
What's happening, CTV? What's happening? I listen, and y'all know I don't come on nobody's shit. Period. Nobody's shit. But let me tell you who I am, because I'm sick of y'all telling me who y'all want me to be. Let me tell you who I am. I am grown. I am individual. I am independent. And don't tell me I'm not trans and I'm not doing what I need to do for the community, because you have not done no research on me. You seen me on Comic View on They Ready in 2019. But did you know that I was an advocate for 25 years before that, working in Chicago, hosting the shows? I am not a ridiculous person, neither am I an idiot. Y'all love to holler pandering. And Dragon, you came on with 12 stories. I don't know whether you like me, you hate me, but I do understand how you feel. You said you don't speak to your own sister. So there's a pain there that has absolutely nothing to do with me. You got to fix that before you like me. I don't need you to like me. I need you to understand you. That's it. I am very comfortable being Flame Monroe. I will never change who I am for nobody. For 8 months last year, because I had a difference of opinion, I ain't never wished ill will, harm, or hurt, or anything for a girl to lose their job. None of my trans sisters. But for 8 months, and I have 3 children. I'm a single father. My baby mama died 2 years ago. I'm a single parent by their whole life, because we wasn't even together. Y'all stopped me from working. Me and my children were almost evicted. So don't fucking tell me that I owe anyone anything. I do not. I owe my family, my children, my life, and me. I am never going to wish ill will on my trans brothers or trans sisters, but you will not get to dictate who you want me to be, because it fits your criteria. I am an advocate for women, and I always will be, but I'm also an advocate for trans women with a real thought, with a real mind, and with a real heart. I'm not living in the fantasy world, and that's not taking away anything from this younger trans organization. I do understand what you say when I am I'm a dinosaur. I get that. But being a dinosaur does not mean that you don't have a mama. My question is, if you feel this way about biological women, how do you feel about your fucking mother? That's all I'm asking you. So stop telling me what I am, because you don't know me. You know what I present to you. I am a dedicated, devoted dad, and my talent is not from me pandering. I fought to get in these places. Y'all thought I was doing comedy for 25 years before somebody put me on. But y'all don't talk about that, because y'all only see me on They Ready. And then when I hit the Breakfast Club, I didn't say what y'all wanted me to say. Understand me that I'm grown. I don't owe you anything, and you don't owe me anything but respect. I will respect you when you respect me. Y'all got the game twisted. Everybody is flaming. I'm pandering. Okay, well, if you want to call it pandering, I was almost starving. Dave Chappelle, we were about to get evicted in August of last year. We wasn't. I banished, but when I say that, if Dave wouldn't have came and got me in August of last year, I don't know how I was going to pay my rent. Who from the LGBT community reached out to me? Don't all answer at one time. So that's all. I just had to come on there and speak my piece. Consciouztv, I'm excited to see you on TGIF. It's going to be a great gig. It is smooth. You're going to have to go in and take over, though. I'm telling you right now, you're going to go in the room and take your space, because that seat, and whoever sits in that seat, I want y'all to know this. I did that show Monday. Tuesday, I did the show because I never met Al Reynolds. I've never met Claudia Jordan. But Tuesday, we did the show. I relaxed them a little more. We had a good time. Warner Brothers sent me an email today. You don't know who's watching. But with y'all putting shit out here like this, oh, she's pandering and she's doing this for the straight people. I'm accept. I always worked in the straight community. When no drag queens and transgenders was accepted nowhere, I was on the radio in '96. I did fashion shows and hair shows for the straight people and still worked at the gay clubs. You don't know me. Do your research before you start dropping all these bombs that you think are your true bombs, your feelings, how you feel. First of all, you need to know this. I don't give a fuck how you feel. I'm grown for real. And I'm not saying that with malice or anger. That's just the truth. I don't live for you. I live for me and my children. And I don't wish ill will on my community. But any bitch that don't like me, I'm fair all the way around the board. I don't like no bitch that don't like me. That's fair. Okay, that was my piece, Consciouztv.
Hold on, play. Okay, hold on, play. First of all, thank you. And you have slayed it. I'm so glad that you were the first outside of the Fox Soul family, because I think that Carolina comes from she comes from Fox Soul too. But for you to be the first, like, outside of the system to come in, you already done slayed it and opened up that road. And I have been enjoying you in that TGIF seat. So thank you for holding it the fuck down. Now my question to you is, can you let Dragon speak to that? Because
absolutely not. Dragon let me tell you something. I can't handle Dragon.
I'm not the bad guy.
I'm not saying you the bad guy, but you got 15 different opinions. I cannot understand that. I'm only transgendered. I'm not psychic. Good God, you can't make up your damn mind. No, thank you. I don't know. It's too passive aggressive for me. I don't do passive aggressive. I'm grown. I don't do passive aggressive.
I was just saying how I feel.
I don't care about your opinion. I'm telling you right here on the live. I don't care. And I don't care if I lose you as a fan. I don't care that you don't like me. And I felt guilty for laughing at you. You are too passive aggressive. You can't make up your mind. You don't speak to your own sister. Make up with your family before you tell me you don't like me.
My sister because they always weaponize.
I don't want to know the reason why. I don't want to know the reason. That's not my business.
Okay.
You call Ayanna Van Zandt. She can help you. I can't help you. Shit. Get your life fixed and get the fuck out of mine. Okay, Consciouztv. I don't want to hear your excuses. It's not for me. I'm not for you. You said that.
You giving us your whole bio why who you are. I'm just letting you know. You want us to know who you are and your whole bio. I'm doing the same thing.
You had already told me who I was. You had already told me. You see me pandering for the straight people. You see me trying to get accepted. Dude, I have worked in the straight world since I started entertaining.
Where you been? How many?
Okay, well, continue getting your veterans check and enjoy your life, dear. Consciouztv.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate you. I'm looking for this, and for all you people who are having a great time with me on TGIF, I'm having a great time with you all, and I want y'all to know I'm only there for the week. Next week is somebody else, and the week after that is somebody else. Stop making a big deal about a job that they're looking for somebody to fill. It's not me. It is not me. They're looking for somebody to fill that spot. Nobody, let me say this publicly, no one will ever take Funky's place because we are all individuals. One more time, we are all individuals. What I bring was the humor and my seasoned mind. Consciouztv will bring informative and different. Everybody has something different to offer. So stop getting in y'all feelings about who y'all want and who built it up. It started from nothing. It turned into something. One person left. What to do? The show's supposed to stop. They're going to find somebody else to take the show possibly in a different direction. Now, it may go worse. It may go better. You don't know. But give it a chance. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you for that, Flam. I look forward to continue to seeing you, and don't be surprised, sis, if you get that final offer, because the folk is fucking loving you over there.
I'm just a second guess. I don't think they're gonna make the offer like that. I think they're gonna test out.
Yeah, I think they're gonna do that.
Yeah, they're gonna test out a bunch of people because you'll never know. I'm having a good week, but somebody else could have an explosive week, and you have to let people. You have to let life. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. And Dragon, I didn't mean to come at you, but you had 15 different ways of how you felt about me. I was so goddamn confused, nigga. I don't know whether to scratch my nuts or wind my wig. Good God.
I think his audio had went out too. Dragon, are you here? I'm eating macaroni. Yeah, I think something going on with your mic, Dragon. I think it's a connection. Okay, yeah, he's in and out.
But you guys listen, and I hear the plight. I don't read the comments most of the time, but I hear the plight and I understand it. And I'm not against the trans girls because it's not the LGB. It was only some of these new angle T's that I was not speaking their language. You're upset with me because I have a difference of opinion. That does not mean I wish you ill will or harm. I ain't never wanted nobody to lose their job or tell them I can't work with her. I would never do no shit like that because I know how important it is for us as black entertainers to eat. I'm black before I'm anything else. I've always pushed that. But y'all want to snatch and take away, or she's transphobic, she's problematic, she's not for the community. Is the community for me? That's the question. Don't answer it right now. Just sleep on it. Is the community for me? Because I've been a trans woman for 37 years. Some of you bitches were still cooking in your daddy's nuts when I was on stage doing drag.
Flame, is Funky Dineva, is this beef all in your head, as Funky said?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't know if the video is still up because I don't follow her page. I don't know. But y'all got to go back. She made a whole video freestyling on me about me not being on TV. I should be thankful because of T.S. Madison and RuPaul's Drag Race. And I not T.S. my sister. I've never met RuPaul, but I love what she is doing for what she has done for the drag queen community. T.S. has verbally said on her platform when she was in middle school, she watched me on TV. I'm so sorry to say that some people get in their emotions and get angry and walked away from some. This child is disgruntled and angry at a grown decision that she made. I don't know the backstory at Fox, so they don't tell me anything, and I don't ask because it's not my fucking business. All I know is that I'm there to work, entertain, and fill a spot for the week. You walked away. That was a conscious decision. No pun intended, conscious. That was a conscious decision. Now you have to live with that decision, but you walked away with the decision because you thought they weren't going to put nobody in that place. I personally think it's only because it's me, because I'm not even the first guest. The shade would have been had I been the first guest. I'm only the second guest.
That's what I said. Yep.
That would have been the shade. I didn't even know. And me and Tasha K's interview was playing 3 weeks ago. T-G-I-F Fox Soda hit me up to Thursday night. I didn't know about that till Thursday night. We had been playing this. So I know it looked like that, but it wasn't like that. And I was willing to have a conversation. But if you blast me publicly, be man enough or whatever you are enough to talk it out the same way you did it. It's just like that. I'm black. We grew up in the projects. Wherever it happened, it go down. That's how my mama raised me. If you show out on me, I'm going to show out on you.
That part. Go get that same energy.
Say that shit again.
That same energy. Well, you fucked it up. People are.
And I'm not angry with anybody. I'm just there for a job, just for the week. It didn't even have to be like this. It did not even have to be like this. But anything that you do vindictively never succeeds. You need to understand that. Anything that you do with malice and with hate and with vindictive, it will fail.
Yeah.
Every time.
Well, how do you feel now that he has doubled down and said, I don't have a flame? I mean, I don't have a flame. I don't have an issue with flame.
If you watched the Tasha K interview, I told her on the show that I forgive her. We don't have to have an issue. We never talk. We don't even run in the same circles. We don't work in the same arenas. I did say arenas. We don't work in the same arenas. So there's no issue with that. You won't take accountability. And I love what the young lady said before after Dragon, when she said he's blaming everybody. You can't do something, play the victim, and then blame everybody else. It is a $250,000 job. It's 1 hour out your day talking shit, and TGIF is one of the freest places where you can cuss and say how you feel for 1 hour a day. How easy is that? How simple is that? But if you are part of a trio, understand Michael Jordan would have never become the superstar athlete he was by his goddamn self. He was involved with a team. If you are a part of a team, of course somebody will outshine somebody else, but it still works as a unit. You have to remember that. When you decide that you're better than a unit, like Dana Ross, if it's different if you're a singer. Dana Ross left the Supremes and went on to Fame. Okay, well, do that. But that was a trio, and it was a dynamic trio. We can never take that away. They were great three together. Now they're looking for something else because whatever the situation was, in your words, you chose to walk away.
Yeah, exactly. Destiny's Child did go on without Latavia and Latavia. It did go on. Yeah, it got to go on. I think I have a bad feeling that it's going to get worse on Funky's part. He clearly can't let this go. I got a feeling he's
Why? I only got 2 more days. I got tomorrow and Friday, and I'm done.
You were the stroke that apparently you were the straw that broke the camel's back. Apparently, Flame.
See, and I don't know none of the backstory. Like, again, I've never met Claudia face to face. I've never met Al Reynolds face to face. So all of this confusion is for no reason. Of course, I'm going to be good sitting in the seat. It's what I do. Conscious is going to be good sitting in the seat. It's what he does. But all these influencers and so-called podcasters and broadcasters on here, y'all have been given an apparatus and a phone and a computer, and you can go live and have 50 people listen to your rhetoric and your bullshit, and you're not teaching nothing. The show is about entertainment. You still have to be entertaining. All these want to be big words, and I'm smarter than this. You will never be the smartest person in the room as long as somebody else is in the room, because you never know how smart somebody else is.
Yeah, but I think he has become too undone, and I think this was the last straw. And I don't feel like, because if he had self-control, that would have already been employed. He has allowed himself to become undone. And I'm seeing you there. In his mind, no matter what the truth is, in his mind, the belief and understanding is Claudia weaponized you to spite him, knowing the history.
Okay, y'all let me hit y'all with a truth serum, because I'm not a big liar at all. Me and Claudia have been communicating for 2 months. And it was never that she was inviting me to the show. She had already broke down to me what the situation was. And I was like, okay, girl, I'm not pressed. I wasn't pressed. I'm like, if ever the opportunity presents itself and I'm available, cool. Here it is. The Oprah says it all the time. When opportunity meets whatever it is, then do it. The opportunity presented itself, and I was available this week, and so I did it. That was all it was. This ain't my job. This is my job for the week, but this is not my job. Claudia was on your interview for 4 hours Sunday and said she put your name in the hat. She put a whole bunch of people's name in the hat. They've already asked me who I thought would be good. I have even put on names that I don't even, that I have known have said horrible shit about me. But if I see your talent, that's how fair I am. I'm going to say, this will be good. I recommended Armand Wiggins. I recommended Conscious. I recommended some other people. Because I don't give a fuck, because I don't know you. So what you say about me, like, it don't get to me. I don't know you. But if I see that you are good and you could carry this show entertainment wise, the importance of TGIF, we don't have anything black like that on TV for us right now, especially with gay people. So now you're gonna be disruptive, and if they take TGIF away, what do we have but our cell phones and our computers? You got to look at the big picture. Everybody, oh, she's pandering. She's a pawn. They're using. How are they using me? It is an opportunity that I was on the second day, got a goddamn email from Warner Brothers. Please tell me how they are using me. We don't have anything else for the black, gay, trans, queer community where we can be free on such a big platform. Nothing. And with all this gruntlement, if they decide to pull the plug, what we got? Y'all not even thinking about that. All you want to think about is you want to get your point across. You want to get your point across. I usually don't even strike back, but this one had got to me.
Yeah.
And I had an edible.
Look,
wonderful.
Child, you know what? You might have to teach me some things, Flay, because I want to be there. I want to be there in that place. So
she publicly said that she was going to highly recommend you. Claudia got a lot of juice on that show.
No, I was saying in terms of like how you have the maturity to be like, I have recommended people names that I
Oh,
know.
honey, after the Breakfast Club, all of y'all came on and destroyed my ass. I seen it. I did. I didn't comment on it. But here's the fair person I am because maybe it's because I'm a parent and I teach my children to treat people fairly. I see your talent. I'm not pandering, I'm talented. Y'all keep confusing pandering with a talented. I'm a talented punk all day long. I don't take that away. And I'm not saying that like I'm better than somebody else, but I know my talents. I know my strengths and I know my weaknesses. I have heard horrible shit about me. But if I seen y'all been fantastic on YouTube, baby, the show must go on. Get some good people on that show so we can keep that show alive. We don't have anything else. We don't have anything else. Everything else belongs to the white girls or the white kids.
And maybe this is our opportunity, Flame. That
thank you. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think it might be time for us to create something because I feel like it's enough. It's enough of y'all icons now. It's enough. We got enough leverage.
I ain't doing shit. Let me tell you in the gate. I'm traveling the world doing stand up and raising these crazy ass kids, and that's it.
As long as you support it, that is all good. Long as you support it.
I just want y'all to know that we got to stop all this infighting and ridiculousness. We are black in this lost ass country right now that we got a president that said he was going to be a dictator day one if he gets back in office. And it really, really is starting to look like that if they don't play the game right. And he does not care for the LGBTQIA plus community under no circumstances. We're fighting with each other and the distraction is us fighting with each other. Meanwhile, if he gets in office, all of us fall under the same umbrella. He gonna blow all our asses up. Y'all need to stop. I don't even want. I don't regret doing Tasha K because Tasha K did not show me in a bad light, and I was willing to have the conversation. But if you do it in public, then do it in public. And he was not willing to do it in public, and that wasn't it for me. I'm grown for real. I'm grown for real, and I'm not mad. I said on the damn interview, baby, I forgive you because it's nothing to me. I'm just working. The reason I'm doing such a good job on TGIF because this is what I do. Just like when Conscious get on there, Conscious don't get in your head. Just do what the fuck you doing right here. Just do what you're doing right here.
I will.
Don't change your formula. Especially don't change your formula to please nobody else. That is our problem. They always want us to change it. If your formula worked to get you to this plateau, keep the formula. You might add some different ingredients to the recipe, but keep the fucking formula.
Absolutely. I will.
Good God. Jesus.
Now, as people in the chat, Flame, they are ready to run with this whole, okay, let me be honest. Me and Claudia have been talking for 2 months thing. They ready to run with that. Do you want to expound upon that a little bit more? Because they ready to.
No, when I say talking for 2, when I said talking for 2 months, Claudia actually reached out to me after Dineva said that I would never be on the show, and she said that's not my feeling. I don't feel like that. But when I say talking for 2 months, it wasn't a consistent talk. It was 2 months ago she hit me up, and then maybe a month ago we just said I think I sent her a Merry Christmas or something. It wasn't a consistent talk. Claudia did not do this out of shade. But now let me tell y'all this from a business aspect because I can't see y'all comments. This is Claudia's show. Claudia built this show from the ground up 3 years ago. And the dynamic trio was Al Reynolds, Claudia Jordan, and Funky Dineva. They built this show. They made this show fantastic. When one of the components decided to walk away, what was she supposed to do? Stop eating? Stop working because somebody decided to leave? Al Reynolds, what was he supposed to do? Stop working, stop eating. Conscious, you said this earlier in the show. Baby, I still got to work. I still got to eat. And we don't know what people's financial on the other. It might look pretty on the outside, but you don't know people's finances on the inside. When I didn't work for 8 months, I never publicly talked about my financial woes on social media because it's not y'all fucking business. I also didn't go in here and beg for money on Cash App. I didn't beg for money on Super Chat because I do not make my money on YouTube. I make my money from my 4 years at iHeart under the Black Effect Network. That is where I make my money at. So making $250,000 is cute, but I make more than that at the Black Effect Network. Thank you, Charlemagne the God. Y'all got to get out this same mentality out your head that we all got to look alike, think alike, act alike, be alike, do alike. The America is a hodgepodge and a melting pot of everything. So is the gay community. It is a hodgepodge and a melting pot of everything. But these childish rhetorics, and if you don't do as I do and say as I say, then you got to be defeated. You got to be canceled. You got to be pushed to the back burner. For what? To put the angriest motherfuckers on the planet in front to speak for us? If you send angry to the table, nothing, and I do mean nothing, will ever get accomplished.
Wow.
Don't they tell a husband and wife that if you go to bed angry, you're not going to sleep well. Y'all wake up angry. You go to bed angry. Find some joy in your heart and some joy in your life. Find your individuality. That don't mean you taking away from nobody else, not even your community. You just finding you. Find you. Stop looking at you and somebody else. I can't be you, and you don't want to be me. I have gas all the time. You don't want to be me.
Well, I just want to tell you why you hear a flame, because like I said, everybody knows that me and you have
exactly, and that's what I'm saying. That's a grown decision, Conscious, because you know I don't come on nobody's shit. But and I've heard with you with them other people on your panel destroy me. And I didn't say anything. I never commented. I just fucking listened. But I do think that you are gifted in what you do.
In return, but it's all good, and that's what I want to acknowledge. I want to acknowledge that I made for me, you know, because I know that you ain't gonna lose any sleep, period. But for me, because you are in this space, and regardless of what people say about you, you are paving ways and kicking down doors. There is a controversy over the politics, and like I was saying earlier, I was having conversations with Reckless last year, and I was like, girl, I'm tired of like not understanding flame. I said I want to make an executive decision to really just listen to see what I can see. And I feel like I haven't really listened to Flame and really given myself an opportunity to really get to know her. I've just kind of heard these sound bites in the public and have gotten stirred up and felt triggered and then responded. I said, but I really want to understand this time around. And when I started listening to you, which also meant me listening to your podcast, which is fucking epic, watching your comedy special, which is fucking epic. I laugh my goddamn ass off. And then listening to you in your interviews and you talking about the way you were raised, the things you've been through, how you came to be Flame, all the things you went through as Flame, and just as a person in general, it started shifting my attitude about you. And it took me out of that space that I was in last year or earlier last year, when it came to you and your talking points. But I just want to give you your roses right now, Flame. I think you are an incredible person with an incredible talent. And thank you for walking unapologetically in your fucking truth and continuing to persevere through all of the things that I know you have had to deal with being Flame. And seeing you be where you are right now is a total fucking inspiration. And that is the energy in which I'm going forward in as well, is in my Flame energy. Yes, we have different ways of seeing the issue as it relates to our understanding or the way we see the left from the right. But at the end of the day, you a badass motherfucking bitch.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying at all.
And I just want you to hear that directly from me.
Thank you, Conscious. But I'm gonna tell you something right now, Conscious. When you get on TGIF, baby, them answers got to get way shorter. You gonna have about 20 seconds.
I know.
So you better work on getting them short and tight right now, because they move fast.
I'm gonna squish them talking points.
Listen, and let me tell you how challenging it has been since the first Breakfast Club interview. Do you know what it's like to fight? Because I fought to be seen in the straight clubs. I didn't want to do comedy in the gay clubs because I don't just talk about my bird is gay and my cat is gay. I wanted to be a universal comedian. I just wanted to be a comedian, not a trans comedian, not a gay comedian, not an LGBT. I just wanted to be a comedian and be able to work in the same arenas that everybody else work in, because that's what that made me know that I was good. but I was fighting with the straight world at the same time fighting with my own community. You all don't even know how strong I had to be and how many days I broke down because people will put out false narratives about who I was from clickbaits. I kind of blame Charlamagne sometimes because ever since I did that first Breakfast Club, he said, Flame, you are problematic. Honey, they took that word and ran with it. You don't know my life. You don't know that I had 3 kids at the same time, 1 in college, 2 trying to struggle, and y'all took almost everything, but you can't take me because I know who I am.
And that's the hill that you are brave enough to die on. Yeah.
And yes, if y'all think shit don't hurt me, I'm a Cancer. I'm an emotional bitch. You will never see me cry, but that don't mean I get hurt. I was hurt because I am part of the community. I was. For what? Because I had when you hired me to be a comedian or to be the entertainment, especially at a Pride event, you didn't hire me to speak on issues because I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't have done. You hired me to entertain a crowd. But if you have one disgruntled, angry ass trans girl on, well, she's not for us. She's transphobic. Y'all need to learn the meaning of that word. You really need to learn the true meaning of the word transphobic and homophobic, because I think y'all throw that word around and have not looked it up in Webster's. Phobia is a fear. My job as a comedian working in a straight world and working as who I am is to let down the level of fear from the straight people to the gay people. I am the gatekeeper on that aspect because I make them so comfortable with me, because I'm so comfortable with me that the next time they meet another trans person or another person from the community, they might be like, damn, Flame was cool as shit. The next one might be cool as shit. But if you come in frustrated and angry and I'm gay, you leave with your sexuality. Your talent will get you to the table, but then everything becomes gay. That's not who we are as a people. We are Americans. We are real people. You've got to get out your head. I understand that the rainbow community, we want treatment. We want fair and equal treatment. But now we're pushing for special treatment, and we're going to push ourselves off a bridge. That is my fear. We're going to alienate the few people that really stand with us and still stick with us because we're so fucking disgruntled and angry. And all it takes is these 9 or 10 angry bitches to do it. The female community, the biological female community have always been allies for the gay community, trans community. Men ain't gonna stand with us. They're gonna sleep with us, but they're not gonna stand with us. Women have always been our allies. So when I say I'm a woman advocate, I'm not putting a woman above one of my trans sisters. What I'm saying is I know where I came from, and I know what a woman is to me because I'm speaking for me, am a female impersonator. I am a trans woman proudly.
Wow.
Well, Flame, let me just give you your flowers. I am from Gary, Indiana, and I thought it was so uniquely wonderful to see a trans woman as a comedian that wasn't just on one side, but just wanted to entertain everybody as a whole. And knowing that you were in Chicago doing the hair and doing the clubs when I was growing up in the 70s and 80s, you know, and to see you now, I hated that it took.
Wait a minute, girl. I wasn't in no clubs in the 70s. Now, how old the hell you think I am?
Not that old, but what I'm saying, being a child, being raised in the 70s and 80s, it was good to know that you were out there. And I hate that it took you so long for us for the world to see you now as we knew you from that being in that area is what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I love what you said earlier. If that's you, when you said you have to look at people's heart. We keep listening to what people say to respond to what they say without listening to hear what they are saying to us. Dragon, I didn't mean to come down on so hard on you, but you was all over the place. But I heard a pain in your voice when you said you don't speak to your sister. You have to understand that sometimes underlying issues and underlying things that's happening in your personal life, you let that carry over to other things. I'm not against my community. I'm not. But I'm just who I think the way I think, and I never wished ill will or harm on anyone. That is not who I am. But you wish ill will and harm on me because I have a different way of seeing what you see. I'm still will march with you. I'm going to stand with you because I'm still part of the community. But you can't make me be what you want me to be because it's convenient for you. I'm not going to do that. I'm grown enough and strong enough and own who I am enough to say, hey, I'm not comfortable with that. That does not mean that I'm not with you, but you can't change my mind on something when you forcing it down my goddamn throat. Talk to me with you like with some respect and some sense, and I'm gonna talk to you back. Now we may never come to the same agreement, but we can at least meet at a happy medium. That is all I'm saying. We don't want to do that. It is my way or it is no way. That is going to get us all canceled.
Can can I jump in here, Conscious? I know I'm a little late. I had some shit I had to do earlier. I have an interview tomorrow, so wish me luck for that.
Yes.
Flame. My name is William Morris. I have a YouTube channel. I am a gay, disabled, obviously black man, and I've lived in my own skin for 30 years, and I'm about to be 31 in March. You echo a lot of what I have been through as a child with a disability, growing up in a heterosexual straight world. But you also echo a lot of my personal feelings on the gay community as well, because for a long time, I have always felt a disconnection between my thought process and what the gay community say they want in terms of equality. And for me, I've always found myself to be so disconnected from it because I come from the disabled world. So when you have 3 different identities wrapped in one, I don't know what to do, because on the one hand, I'm old-fashioned. I like to be taken on dates. I like to be wined and dined. I don't want to have to chase you down in order for me to be satisfied. I don't want to have to always do what you do, and I don't have to always agree with you. But for some random reason, we live in a world where everybody has to think a certain way, and I'm like, I don't want to think like that. But this world is forcing us to have to go in a hard mindset, and I'm sick of it. So I really want, and for me, even when it comes to the Funky Dineva situation, I never really liked Funky, ever. I don't think Funky can truly be his authentic self, because I don't think he understands who he really is. He understands his power. He understands that he has the influence, but I don't think from deep within his soul he knows who he truly is. As an individual, chasing money, chasing fame, all that's great. That's fine. Get your bag. But if you don't know who the fuck you are, how are you going to make it in this world? And I think for me, just speaking as a disabled person, I don't like to get on here and start bragging about what I do and about my job and all the other shit, because to be frank with y'all, it's none of y'all fucking business. But I do it anyway because I want y'all to see that the success that I have, it's not coming from me personally. I have the drive, but I also have a whole team of people behind me. So, Flame, you have really, really echoed a lot of my sentiment, and I thank you so fucking much.
I thank you. I don't know if I agree with you about Funky not knowing who Funky is. I think Funky is very well aware of how talented Funky is. I think the only issue right now with Funky is that Funky thought that show was that she was the weight of Claudia is the tree and Al and Funky were the bulbs. I have to say because Claudia created the show. It works as a team. I do think that I think Funky is very talented. I just need her to keep her goddamn mouth off of me. But I think she's very talented. And I think that she could be when she was with Queen Supreme with T.S. Madison and Sophia. That shit was fun. You see what she brings to a show. You see what energy she brings. But it's always a team effort. And I think she forgot that because she's good as a team. When she was on Sister Circle, that was a team. You got to stop removing yourself and saying that I am the show. You will have a great week. Somebody else will have, the next time will have a great week. That is how it works. But you can't get in your head that something won't work without you, because shit will keep going without you.
And that's, I think it was about a month or so ago. Now, I'm only echoing my personal life experience. About a month or so ago, I helped to start a space for people with disabilities, a committee within a Medicaid company that serves well over 20,000 clients per year in my home state of Arkansas. Even though I started that, one of the key things that I've always have said was, it ain't my show. I'm just here I just want this to be a collaborative effort. And if there can be no collaboration, if there can be no team, then what the fuck am I really doing? And I do agree with you, Flame. I do think that Funky has forgotten the team part of it. No, when you have your own YouTube channel, then of course you are the show. But when you are working for a network like Fox Soul and Fox Corporation, there is no I in team.
It's their train, exactly. It's their train, but you are a conductor on the train. That is their train.
Yeah.
That is their train, and they can make any decision that they want. But from what I know, that they didn't make the decision. A grown person made a conscious decision and walked away.
Yeah.
But how you mad at everybody else? I'm telling y'all, this child got to get out his feelings because he's getting in his own way. Everybody, Conscious, you know that child is talented. Every show he's a part of, he elevates. But baby, you got to stop. Shit.
Yeah, it's a pattern. It's a pattern on Funky's part. And I want to get let me get Yusuf up in here too, because there's a lot of people who've been here for a minute. Hey, Yusuf.
Hey, did I get in trouble?
No, like what you mean?
Okay, because I thought I had said something the last time I was here. Peace to you, Conscious, peace, Flame, and everyone on the panel. I did want to make two things clear. One thing, when I came up and I said the things that I was saying, I wasn't lashing out at Funky, and I don't have an issue with Funky in personal, but I watched him for only a year, and I did a lot of critical analysis on his character, and it stands true with the things I said. Now, for people to be trying to attack me underneath my video, saying that I'm just reaching and being a hater, trying to get where he's at, I've always been proud of Funky, even after disconnecting from him. I was still proud of him. I'm proud of any gay black person, any black person getting ahead in this game, especially someone with talent. But there's a such thing as being a self-saboteur. Okay? When it's an ensemble cast, you matter. And the things that you put out there on the streets, it becomes everybody's business now. Funky speaks about everybody openly and honestly with his free self and free spirit and free personality and gift of mind. And so does everyone else. So if we want to speak about this, about our peer on YouTube and how this is going to affect everybody from getting mainstream opportunities, this matters. This is like a social experiment right here. Yeah. When people reach down on the tube and they see what we're doing, we all got all kind of issues. Like I said, Conscious, this is my 6th channel. I'm not even on the same channel I was on yesterday. Okay? And then all because the Funky's fans want to come at me because I said the truth.
Can I say something though? I don't want to be on the Funky bashing team. I don't want to do that. So we were talking about something else. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be a part of that. I've said my piece. He said his piece. Can we talk about anything else but that, please?
Absolutely, because I just was clearing my name because it came out as if I was on the Funky bashing team.
His fans are his fans. You can't get in your feelings. His fans are loyal to him, just like all of our fans are loyal to us. So you listen. If you're going to be on the internet, you better have a strong constitution because they don't play no games.
Right. And I'm working on that. And I could be honest, Flame, because something that you were just saying that I related to, but on a different level, because sometimes my black rage has gotten the best of me and ruined my platform and defeated the message that I was trying to spread. So I'm literally at that place where I'm learning, I'm starting new, I'm watching, I'm trying to use coded language, but I have to reprogram myself. You know what I'm saying? And that's only something that I can do. And
Oh
people
no,
ride
cuss the
with
bitch
me.
out. Oh no, don't use code of language. Tell them to kiss. Tell them to kiss your dick in the face. Tell them
It
kiss
really
my dick in the face. It makes you feel better.
it does, and it helps get the message out to the people who normally wouldn't get it, but it has gotten me in trouble. So I am trying to find that balance, you know. So I didn't want to get caught up in the crossfire. Like I was just using Funky's drama as an opportunity to trend. It wasn't that. Those are my genuine thoughts, you know. And I had shared a picture because I had seen something, and then so of course people under there gaslighting me of what I saw. I mean, everybody, Funky is transparent. He said the things that he's been through and the things that he's done in this world. He's never denied indulging in this or that. And yes, you know, clean it up, Cocor. There is a way to go about it and do your business. I
See,
did
there you
see a
go. Now
boogie.
you're doing a bashing. That's not fair.
I'm
I
not
just
doing
said
a boogie.
you
A bad.
did. You that wasn't conscious. Okay, I'm leaving. If we're not gonna change the narrative of this conversation, I'm gonna take another edible and take my ugly ass to bed.
All right. Well, no, stay here, Flame, because I want to hear the rest of
Well,
what
then I don't want you to do
Conscious
the. I
stepped
don't
away.
want you to do the funk. I don't want to be a part of the funky bashing. I don't.
you're
Put
not.
a message that he went
Those
to
are
get
my
food.
words and
So,
thoughts, Flame.
Okay.
I was just sharing them.
I hear you, but I'm still on here, and you know all the controversy that's going on right now. The first thing they're gonna take it and do is say I was part of the bashing. I don't want to be affiliated with that.
This is not a bashing a Funky situation. And like I said, I apologize. Even though I don't owe anyone an apology, I still will apologize just because of my own integrity and my own intentions were not to be bashing. So, you know, for with that, I hope they share that clip as well.
Okay, conscious. So I gave about 6 names today, but I took a cockeyed bitch name off the list.
Oh, not a cockeyed
He
bitch.
went to
he wants to get food off the stove. He put a message.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, I'm definitely enjoying the conversation myself.
I just had to come on here and clear this up because y'all have so many misconceptions of who I am. No one can tell me who I am. I know who I am. I own me. Again, like I said on the interview with Tasha K, and I know I know who Tasha K is. I didn't go into that interview blindly or lightly because I know who my sister is. And I say my sister because me and Tasha have a different relationship. We are friends because of our parenting skills, not so much because of the internet. If you look at my YouTube page, my channel, my number's been the same for 3 years because I don't give a fuck about no goddamn internet. I am an old school in the club with a cigarette comedian. Not that I've ever smoked, but that's the comedian I am. That's the kind of entertainer I am. So it's not that important for me to be on social media because that is not where I make my money. I make my money off of my page with Black Effect Network, and when I'm working on the road in the clubs, and when I'm booked for gay prides that y'all took away from for 8 months, because I'm not gonna let you get away with that you took away from for 8 months. So I will constantly remind you of that because that was about $125,000.
Oh wow.
I love the show
So,
that you did when you had on all blue and the one you did when you had on all yellow. You're very funny, Flame.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Well, I just
so
came up to if you don't mind, just to attest to what you said because I know they're gonna clip up the 2 month thing with you and Claudia, but I actually was watching Coffee Time when you told us that Claudia reached out to you. So if it's okay for me to attest to that,
Yeah.
that I was actually watching you on YouTube that day and you told us on live that
Yeah.
Claudia reached out to you and said that she didn't feel that way. And also on that segment, she said that she likes you. She didn't feel that way on the
Yeah.
segment. So hopefully, the real story will get out. And
Well,
also I just
like I said earlier, thank you for that because and when I'm on Coffee Time, y'all get everything. Y'all get me arguing with my kids. Y'all get me arguing, talking to everybody. Y'all get me answering the phone. Lying is not in my DNA because I can't remember the lie. Oh my God, I'm horrible at lying because I can't remember it. But Claudia, this was not messy. I don't know what happened between them on the other side because I wasn't an employee. I'm still not an employee. I don't know. All I know is they called me, asked me to do the job, met my payment, and I was available this week, and I'm having a good time. Next week, somebody else will have the same story. The week after that, somebody else will have the same story. But if we don't stop, because you do know, if, like I said earlier, if Warner Brothers saw me only on the second day, You know, if they saw me doing good, they can see all this hostility and all this hoopla happening
Right.
on social media. If they take away TGIF as far as being a part of a black, vocal, LGBT, and straight people brought together with a free voice, what do we have? What do we have? Nothing.
And Flame, I genuinely feel like that's the problem with us sometimes is that we'll cause more outreach and then nobody wins.
Thank you.
At the end of the day, no one wins because we're so quick to speak negatively on our own. And already they halfway don't want to give us nothing. So if we're going to burn the house down, they're going to say, whatever budget we got, I'm going to just take that away.
Mm-hmm.
Because instead of them understanding the business of it,
Yeah.
they're in their feelings. We don't need that outrage. We already know how we're perceived. So how about this? I just clean the slate and nobody have nothing.
Yep. That's it,
So,
sister. I promise you that's it.
so Flame, I guess, and I'm not on the funky Dineva bashing either, but I do want to take funky out of it because on the business aspect of it, because I'm part of the corporate world. I've been a part of the corporate world ever since I was 9 years old. So one of the key things that I've learned throughout the opportunity that I've been given in just the past year alone is that you're not going to get anywhere by just saying it's me. You're not going to get anywhere by being in your feelings most of the time. And if you're going to succeed, if you want to bring other people on, not only do you need to have a cool head, but you also need to understand that there is a business aspect to this. And if you're going to be bringing everybody into this space, and I'm talking specifically the gay gatekeepers of Hollywood, if you're going to do that, you don't start by burning down the bridges and cussing everybody out and being in your feelings all because of a misunderstanding.
Well, here's the thing. Fox Soul represents black, but guess who owns Fox Soul? Fox. Guess what they are? White.
Conservatives.
Jewish.
Thank you.
Conservative. Yeah. So, and guess who owns Fox Corporation? Disney.
So we got to stop it because if we lose TGIF, and it ain't because of me or nobody else. I don't know who they're going to get. I'm advocating for whoever they get because I still want the show to be on. I watched the show when Funky was on there. I watched the fucking show. But if they take away the show, we ain't gonna have anything, y'all. I'm just saying that y'all got to look at the big picture. Yes, I'm old, I'm seasoned, whatever the case may be. It's probably not even going to be me. But whoever they find is still a voice for us to be able to have a free place to do our satire. And you can be gay there, you can be trans there, you can be bisexual there, you can be whatever you want to be there on TGIF. It's a golden gate opportunity for all of us. But all of this right here, baby, this will scare white folks. Scare the shit out of them.
And I want you to stop saying you old. We are birthday twins. So please stop now, because
Girl,
then you
I
be making
embrace
me
my
feel
old girl. I'm
away.
39. I don't know what you're talking about.
I want to ask you a question, Flame. Because I can tell that there's a process, because I know a lot of people who do this who have the type of mind that you have when it comes to political things. So separating the politics and your real beliefs from the industry of it all, I'm just wondering, like, have you ever had a period or a life lesson that you could help the next person, me in particular? Because like I said, when I start getting the black stuff, I start going off and it just sounds hateful, and that's not my intention. And so I'm calming down. But have you ever been like too raw or have to find a medium?
Always. Of course I have. But I learned by error, trial and error.
Right.
I'm going to tell you what I teach my children. I got a 21-year-old, a 20-year-old, and a 16-year-old. Acceptance is a blueprint that starts with you. Stop looking for everybody else to accept you when you haven't accepted you. Stop looking at everybody, because if I said everything perfectly as a trans girl, everything perfectly for guess what? Somebody is still going to find fault in what I said and how I said it, or how I delivered it, or what my wig looked like, or her lipstick is crooked, or her eyebrows ain't right. When you invite all of that into your DNA, you lose sight of who you are. Own you. Like I said on the interview, when I'm standing on stage, when I'm dressed up as a woman, I own her. When I'm digging deep to hit that second hole, I own that nigga. But that is who I am. And nobody can tell me who I am because I own me. Y'all about red bottoms and Birkin bags and houses and cars and own all of this and have the lowest self-esteem in the goddamn world. You can't compensate with material things when you don't know who the hell you are.
Wait, Flame,
Ain't
can
that what I said?
I
Ain't that what I said?
can I say one thing to you, Flame? So
Yes.
I don't know the proper term. I'm a biologically born woman. I'm heterosexual, right? And I'm a big
Me too sometimes.
and I'm a big fan of yours, and I really didn't like people like discrediting your talent for like using pandering as an excuse, right? Because
That
when
is-
I look at you as just like a straight person, I don't look at it like, well, this is a trans. I'm listening to your resilience as a person, your
Mhm,
confidence as a person, and that's something I want to aspire to be like. Because I don't,
mhm.
just like other people on this panel who kind of struggle with being themselves, whatever that may be in different areas, we can relate to. So when we see people like you, we admire that. It's not, at least for me, because you say things that I might want to hear and you're pandering. Is because no, I see like a confident person, a talented person, a person who knows what they're talking about, and like a super strong, because I don't know many people who could withstand all of what you have to endure, from doing drags to being trans and working among straights your whole life, and then even your own community, how they treat you, and you still being able to just stand up and be like how you are. I just admire that quality in any kind of person. So I just wanted to say that to you, because I just don't like people like discrediting who you are, and saying that it's because you're pandering, when like some of us really see you for who you are, and we just
Wow,
appreciate it.
that was wonderful. Thank you. Let me tell you something. And this confidence wasn't in my teens. It wasn't in my 20s. You have to let life. But I was one of those people. My grandmother would always say, "You ain't got to do what everybody else do. Just be
Mm-hmm.
who you are." She never said, you know, how a lot of people say, "Just be the best damn gay you could be." She said, "Be the best person you can be." She never pushed one narrative, so I was never in a pigeonhole box. And plus, I always liked what I liked. I never made excuses what because I'm trans, I got to deal with men, or because I got to do. I did what I wanted to do, and when I realized from I think hosting shows, the drag shows in Chicago was a big boost in my confidence because it helped teach me who I was. And mind you, this was pre-cell phones, pre-computers. Yeah, I'm that old. So we didn't have that for people to judge us and put up on it. Just like the guy said, he's looking at all these comments of people saying horrible. You couldn't say that back in my era. If you didn't say it to my face, I never knew you
You ain't
said it.
said it at all.
I ain't
Exactly.
never knew you said it. But now with the internet that makes us strong and weak at the exact same time, because everybody is strong behind a keyboard, but everybody is passive aggressive in person. It doesn't work. It's so confusing, Dragon. That's why I was at you. It's so confusing because you want to be politically correct or you want to be nice, but you still want to get your other side in. You cannot have it all these ways. It is either you going along with it this way and you're going to want to see it, or you're going to just do it your way and it's just not for you. So you will cancel it or discard it. We got so many young people that's the guard, that's the keeper of the gates, that are angry. Phobia means fear, no matter what word comes in front of it. Phobia means fear. My job as an entertainer, as a comedian that happens to be transgender, because that's what I always say, when I work in the straight arenas, I let down that fear that people have when they hear the word trans or gay, because I about 15 minutes in, if you ever go back and watch my DL Hughley interview, DL Hughley refused me coming on his show after They Ready 3 times because he thought I was coming on there to argue trans issues. I said, "Nigga, I'm a comedian. I'm not coming to argue about shit. I'm coming to push They Ready." And 15 minutes in, he said on his show, "Damn, Flame, you so cool. I feel like I'm talking to my uncle and my auntie at the same time." And I didn't take that as an insult. I took that as I took away your fear, which means I took away your power to run me away from you. Now we cool. We hug by the end of the show. We hug, embraced. He's invited me to do shows with him. We got to stop with all of this forcing and pushing. And I'm not saying that we don't need to make real changes for the community, especially with these kids. But we got to understand that some of the terminology we don't understand, and we're part of the community. Imagine people who are not part of the community, and then you want to get angry. You misgender me. I'm pansexual. I'm this. I'm that. Don't get angry. Explain it. Take the time and say, hey, this is what it is. But if you come in angry again, you're never going to come to a resolve. And there will never be a resolve.
So, Flame, I do have, cause, and maybe it's because I walk this earth a little bit differently, much like you. Maybe it's because I see things in a very different way. And it's also maybe because I was also raised by an older grandmother who taught me the values of living in life. Even my grandmother echoed the same thing your grandmother said. And she would always say, child, go ahead and live your life and stop worrying about what other people say. Notice I didn't say she did. Notice I didn't say she said go and live your life as a gay person. She said go and live your life and stop worrying about what other people say. It was, and I already had this confidence when I was 2, and it was because of my grandmother. My grandmother empowered me to do a lot of the things that, and it had made me the man that I am today because of her. Now, she's now long gone, but if it was not for her, I would not be the man that I am. I would not have all of the old school ways that I have. And I sure wouldn't be acting so damn old, even though I'm 30. So you echo a lot of what I grew up with. You echo a lot of...
That's because I'm probably your grandmama's age.
No, baby. No, baby. My grandmother was 72.
Yeah, that's about right. That's a joke.
So I was like, so when I hear you talk a lot of those things, I hear my grandmother. When I hear you say a lot of those issues, that's me. When I hear you speak on so much of the issues that I see, and I'm thinking, am I the only person that thinks this way? Or am I going crazy? So when you come on this platform, not just this platform, I've actually seen your stand-up special. Fabulous, honey. Fabulous. I cracked my side and damn near peed myself laughing at your shit.
Thank you.
That's how funny you are. If you can make this gay dude with a disability laugh, you got it going on.
We are, even though we are all and T.S. Madison says this all the time, we are, and Craig, I love Craig and T.S., but that we are not a monolith. I hate that we think that we all have to fall under certain criteria. We're already under the LGBTQ umbrella, but there's so many different shades to the rainbow. It's so many. Baskin Robbins got 33 flavors. Why can't we have 100? Without everybody being mad? You got to do what I do. I'm not going to do what you do because I know straight people I don't get along with. Not because they straight, because I just don't like their ass.
Exactly. I'm the same way. So that was going to lead me into my question, which was, you have such a grace and elegance about you that only comes from trial and tribulation in life. What advice would you give to somebody that may want to enter the entertainment industry? Now, I don't want to do that because that's not my field. That's not my cup of tea. A lot of people have been asking me, oh, you should run for Congress. Oh, you should be a comedian. Oh, you should be this or that. But for me, I'm in the corporate world. That's my life. That's always been my life goal. Now I'm never not gonna say that I don't want to go into the entertainment industry, but right now that door is shut.
Okay, well let me answer the question because it's gonna take you 12 hours to get to it, and I ain't got that much time. Do it. No regrets. Just do it. No regrets. Just the regret will be when you get 60 and say I should have tried it. I should have tried. Just do it.
Okay.
I want to say this publicly on this platform, Conscious TV. I want y'all to stop giving Claudia Jordan a hard time. Claudia Jordan is a straight woman. Listen to this. She's a straight woman who took a chance on a bisexual man and an openly gay man to put on a show. Y'all keep bashing her because y'all don't like the way this went down. I don't know the behind the scenes, but how many other straight women are given these opportunities to openly bisexual and openly gay men? I'm just asking y'all.
Not many. And Claudia is the truth.
Thank you for
Yeah.
saying that. For saying that, Flame.
She wasn't being shady. She wasn't being vindictive. She has a show to produce. That is her show. She created this show just like she created Cocktails with Queens. The show is supposed to fail because she lost one of the components. No, if you lose one of the rollers out your hair, you find another roller. Oh,
She
that was
said she
old for
had
real,
no
y'all.
hard
Don't nobody even use rollers. I'm sorry. If you lose one flat iron,
She said she don't have no hard feelings too. So, I believe her for that. And
but it
she
is getting to her. It is too much backlash. It is too many people attacking her because they don't know the other side of the story. Again, like I'm going to say again, I don't know the other side of the story because I don't want to know. I'm only there for a week. If I was trying to be there all the time, then I would probably try to get in the middle. That is not my business. I'm there to do my job for the week and move on. That is all it is. But she has opened a golden parachute. This is what I say about the loyalty of women. She has given us an equal opportunity, a place for we can be who we want to be freely. Look like we want. What you have to remember that Funky was on there with a wig and lipstick on sometimes. She has given people an opportunity to be at a place, and we're missing that. I'm telling you, we're missing the big picture, fighting over bullshit.
I agree with you because had this been the Caucasian white man in his checkbook out writing the checks and they canceled Funky, we wouldn't even be sitting here having this argument.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of her and they thinking that she did or misplayed her hand and did something messy behind the scenes, she's getting smoke she does not deserve. In this business, the train got to keep on moving.
Yeah.
Like I agree with what you said, Flame. What she's supposed to do? Stop eating because he walked away? No. Who anybody that's bashing her, if this was your job and you had to make the decision to move on and feed your family and feed yourself or stop because one bitter Betty decided that he wanted to leave for whatever his reasons were, would you do it?
Okay, may I say something? Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay, now I've been listening to what everybody's been saying about Claudia. My problem with Claudia is if what you say is true, Flame, about her being a very supportive and uplifting, the LGBTQ community by giving us jobs and things of that nature, why only 2 weeks ago she had in her new revamped YouTube channel, she was just talking about how sometimes she can't discuss LGBTQ issues because she feels like she's being bombarded and verbally jumped. Those weren't her exact words. I'm paraphrasing that when it's about the LGBTQI plus issues that she don't feel like she can say anything because Funky and Al are gonna jump on her. If she's somebody who can factually back up how she supported the LGBTQIA plus community, those type of conversations are going to be the norm, especially in this climate. So why on one hand she's saying she doesn't have
let me stop you. You know why she can't? Look what y'all doing to her now. Look what you do to me because I have a difference of opinion. Listen, and that's a woman. I'm still my heart is a beast, but that is a woman. That woman that they are killing her on the social media. That is a woman. That is a woman. I need y'all to hear me one more time. That is a woman, and that the comments are nasty and vicious and mean. Why you saying she didn't say that 2 weeks ago? She also fought to help Funky save his job after the Halle Bailey comment. after the Blue Ivy comment. Stop reading what you see and understand that you need to wait till you get the whole story.
I mean, but what? And I hear you, but I'm also saying if she has to be consistent is all I'm saying.
No, y'all too scary. Y'all, the LGBTQIA plus community, and I'm saying this, and I'm a part of it. We are scary as a motherfucker because what we want to do is get rid of you as opposed when you do not agree with what we have to say or how we want to do it. Let me just say that publicly. And that is a woman. And I'm not saying that she has to be this way or that way, but we're walking on eight. Look at Joe Coy hosting the awards the other night. They got us so pigeonholed as comedians. It's not that I have to remember what I'm supposed to say. Now I got to think about what I'm not supposed to say because I'm going to offend this group or that group. Or this is where we are. Don't hold her feet to the fire for that. Hold her feet to the fire for the positive that she created a show for us that we can have a safe place. Look at all of this disgruntlement that we're doing right now. They're going to take that show away if we don't stop our bullshit. But we are always our own detriment.
This is why everybody's intimidated by us. And that's not even just with the gay and trans flame. It's also with the black side of us, you know. We just very like that, you know, and our influence matters, but I don't think we realize how it matters, you know. Everybody's trying to get the black view, the black audience, the black vote, and we don't understand the value of that influence that we all have, you know. And so you are very right, and it does bring new light to it and gets my mind out of the clouds because you're right. This is an opportunity that's here for us, and you know we want to support whoever's in that position because of what they represent. And so you know, even if things happen, you know, people come and people go. I'm sure that there's no love lost and no shortage of fans on either side. And people can take it a little easier on Claudia because she is the one who stuck her neck out there. You know, I was wondering if Funky's issue was with Claudia or with Fox because
I have no
you know,
idea. I don't know any of that.
They're friends.
So just because she on one hand she's doing all this great stuff that she is not flawed, she can't be two things can't be possible at one time. She can't be supporting us on one end and still talking about us on the other hand. Come on now, what are you talking about here?
You sound like an overly sensitive fag. Let me just tell you how I feel about what you just did right there.
You know what, Flame? I am a fag and I am a sensitive Pisces, but that don't mean my shit ain't right and it ain't, and I ain't telling
it right. It ain't right, and I'm not gonna argue with you about something because you just want to get your opinion out, and your opinion is not warranted. Go speak to your sister because I don't want to argue. Conscious, I'm done.
Your family. You go speak to your family. Yours.
Wait a minute.
Wait, sir.
Wait. Hang on. Let me say this. Flame is correct in what she was saying about Claudia. I definitely do agree that Claudia has created a space, and Claudia has definitely sticked her neck out for Funky to be able to keep a job, even though Funky made her walk out. However, I don't know too much of the issue that you're speaking of, sir, so I won't be able to comment on it. But I do know from just what I've seen of Claudia and just from how she moves, she doesn't strike me as somebody that's not inconsistent. She strikes me as somebody that is trying to do the best that she can with the information that she has. And she's also sitting across from two different people who are bisexual and gay, and she does not want to offend neither of these people whom she calls friends. So she is going to ask the pertinent questions of
a biological woman.
As a biological woman, because she doesn't know.
And can I speak as one? I think the problem is you guys expect, and this is it's gonna sound harsh, but this is the reality. A biological woman is never going to think like you. That's the bottom line.
Exactly.
And she's not wired. And she's not wired to. So what I like about what Flame was saying about like acceptance, part of it is kind of just accepting the world that you're in and understanding that everyone's not going to understand you, but being able to collaborate with them in the areas that you guys can and still be productive, right? They're still able to work together. She's still able to provide opportunity and exposure for the community. And instead of focusing on the positive, for some reason, you're focusing on the negative, and your expectations may be a little bit unrealistic. A woman, I'm never going to see things the way you do. In the same way, you're never going to see things the way I do, because we are looking through two different lenses.
May I also piggyback on that? I'm
Y'all done
also
ran the special guest away.
Yeah, okay, we were glad to let
No,
her train of thought, baby.
he ran
I'm
the
not
special
gonna
guest away.
argue. I'm sorry. I'm not blaming nobody, but even I calm down, and y'all know I be snapping. I was liking Flame up here.
Yeah, I
Hope-
was too. I was too.
hopefully Flame comes back. I wanted to
Yeah.
piggyback off of what you said. I'm also a heterosexual cisgender woman, and I honestly feel like there's a lot of misogyny going on. On that show, we've seen Claudia, even in trying to discuss certain topics, when it starts to go left, creating that space of, okay, well, let's bring people of that perspective on. Let's talk about it. Let's see everyone's point. However, on the other side, that same grace, that same understanding, and that same balance has not been offered. And so I think, in terms of coming at Claudia and saying what she should or shouldn't do, people need to understand a lot of this is kitchen table talk, and we're trying to navigate how do you do it in a respectful manner. And so she's not going to, on any party, should not just go down, just down to the gutter. We getting dirty with it, because again, it's a business, and you got to make sure you're not getting put off the air for the next thing. So I think it's a lot of misogyny that needs to be checked.
And
I'm not sure if I
somebody-
understand. Are you referring to misogyny? How?
Like, in terms of how people are handling Claudia. I genuinely feel like if Claudia
Yeah.
was not a woman, that people would not feel as comfortable to speak as disrespectful as they are, be so quick to shut her down. To perfectly give an example with, like, say, the Claudia, with the Chloe Bailey thing, the way that they spoke about a woman and her body and potentially, like, if she's pregnant or not, it was so nasty.
I was just
and so
about to bring that
it
up.
was so nasty and so guttural. However, when there has been discussions related to the community, if it was
It's the end of the world.
Absolutely. If Claudia didn't understand, or if she was trying to give her perspective as a cisgender woman, she had grace. She understood, I can't talk about certain things. I'm just showing like how it feels on my side. Where's that same grace? Where's that same respect? And even in the cases where it was like, okay, you went too far, we know you know you're pushing it, they still didn't try to come back around and say, you know what, I'm sorry, Claudia. Like, as a woman, we did go too far. I could see how that affected you. Whereas in certain cases where she feels that she had pushed the line with them, she apologized. So again, I feel like if Claudia was not a woman, that the way she's being handled would not be handled like that.
You are spot on. And yes, that's why I said earlier, there's so much positive that she's done. I'm sorry, sir. This is the last thing I wanted to say to you specifically, because you seem to be focusing on like the jar being half empty instead of half full. Not saying you shouldn't always aspire to have more, but this woman is doing a lot of positive for your community, and you're still choosing to focus on any negative that you can find.
Just for the record, I don't have a problem with any woman. You know what I'm saying? And I think I'm being labeled in the chat as if I do. I do not have a problem with any woman. I do not. What I'm simply saying is two things can, and Flame says this all the time, and everybody else says it all the time. Two things can be correct at the same time. Claudia could support our community. She says a lot of that. She says she supports our community. She hires people from the LGBTQI, but that does not mean that she still is not going to have some negative views about what we do, even when it's not negative. That's human.
Read the room. Read the room, though.
So when Funky's speaking, the way he speaks about women, are you standing up for? Are you feeling the same way?
Y'all spoke. Can I speak? I'm just simply saying, nobody is saying that she is a horrible person. That's not what the conversation is, and it hasn't been my narrative. I'm just saying that how she has been moving. You know what I'm saying? She has some issues. Now that her issues with Funky, those personal, I don't know, y'all don't know, nobody knows. But what we do know is if you listen to her, and the things that she has said, two things can be correct at one time. That's all I'm saying. So this idea that if this was a man, we wouldn't have this much disrespect. If you wrong, you're wrong, no matter what your gender is. No matter what your gender is, I don't care who you are. If you wrong, you're wrong. So this idea that if it was a man, she wouldn't be getting it, or she would most assuredly be getting it, because if you wrong, you're wrong. If you out of your mind, you out of your mind, period. That's all I'm saying. So this idea that, you know, we hate her because she's a woman, and that's another narrative that a lot of people say. It's a huge narrative, and it's a disrespect.
You're doing it now, sir, because
you talk about disrespect. You talk about disrespect. It's a disrespectful narrative that goes rampant in the heterosexual community that we hate women. I don't hate women.
Nobody said that. Wait, hold on. No one said that here.
But that's the narrative.
Nobody here said that.
That's been implied.
We said
the young lady always implied that if this was a man,
no, we said misogyny.
Was a woman, this is what's happening.
Okay, sir, let me jump in here because you said a lot of things there. First of all, I have a lot of black women in my family, and I have a lot of black heterosexual women as friends that I consider my homegirls too. I protect them from the onslaught of other gay men as well. So let me say this about black women in general, and let me say something specifically about your comment. That is a particular reason why you don't see a lot of conversation happening within our community, because we have put up such a gate to keep out certain things and keep out certain conversation, because we think or believe or we're perceiving something to be there when it may not be there. So that's number one. Number two, what the young lady was speaking about was in reference to conversation that Claudia had with Al and with Funky about the LGBT community, and both of them have shut her out when it comes to those conversations, and have been gutter snipe when it comes to her gender, especially when it comes to I think it was Chloe, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Chloe
there's been,
Bailey.
there's been a few
Okay.
instances.
Yeah, there have been a few instances where Funky or Al has called out black women and had been vicious and nasty and mean. So how do you think she feels when she hears that? Like, you gotta think far outside of just, oh, I think Claudia said something mean and nasty about the LGBT community. Well, if she said it, hang on, sir. If she said it, likely she would have apologized and she would have said, "I'm sorry," and she would have had an explanation. Now, an explanation is not an exoneration. You can still hold somebody accountable just because they explain some shit to you, but it does not excuse the action or what's being said.
And when he said that about Chloe, I got in the DM with Claudia and we annihilated his ass. We both
Why are you so hostile?
I'm not hostile. I'm just simply
you are.
saying.
Yes,
I don't
you
know.
are.
Don't tell me you don't know me and I don't know
You just told me. You told me 15 things about
what
me. You
I'm
started off the
simply saying
conversation,
is-
which is why I came in
what
to
I'm
explain to you.
simply
You
saying
are
is
hot. All that military shit got you uptight.
I don't care. No, it's not. You don't know me. You don't know me.
Don't use my
Sir,
words on me. I use
Wait a
on you.
minute.
Brother, okay,
sir,
whatever.
it's
Okay,
self-awareness.
Consciouztv will
It's
be
the way
back.
you're coming
Okay,
across, sir.
okay.
That's
Y'all
all.
are right. I'm wrong on everything I've
You
said here.
sure are. I agree with that
No,
now.
I'm not wrong. You know what I'm saying? I'm being facetious. I'm
But
not wrong. I'm
Frank
just
told
simply
us
I
saying.
just
what
want
was
to be
the
very
I don't
clear
agree
when
with
we're talking
everything
about
Funky
this.
Dineva did.
We're
When
not
Funky
saying that
Dineva,
because of your.
when Funky was
We're
going
not
up with
saying.
Chloe, I
No,
did not agree
welcome
with
back
that
to the special guest. CTV will be with us momentarily. Welcome back to our special guest, Flame Monroe. Did you
Yay,
have any thoughts
Flame.
that you were trying to finish?
I'm about to finish this whole conversation because I didn't mean for it to go hostile. I thought we was having a pleasant conversation. And again, I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to saying thank you, Claudia Jordan, for seeing us. Because that's what it was. She saw us. Whatever y'all want to think, because sometimes you make one statement that might not go the way somebody else wants to go, and you're naturally deemed homophobic. She saw us, gave us opportunities. Who else making $250,000 a fucking year for sitting down for 1 hour? I'm just asking a question.
Nobody.
She saw us.
Nobody.
And
Yeah,
everybody wants to demonize her and weaponize her because it
Right.
didn't go the way they wanted her to go. She is an ally to the community. Stop getting in your feelings about the bullshit. Baby, she is an ally to the community and she has been under ridiculous attack on social media. But she is an ally to community and guess what? She saw us. Boom.
And thank you for saying that, Flame. I feel like it's a majority of people that really appreciate that because again, it's just sad to see how not only she's being attacked as a black woman, she's being attacked. And I think a large thing that's missing that you understand is about the business aspect of
Mm-hmm.
what she's doing and how she's operating. People's opinions are not going to put money in the bank. Keeping a
Nope.
list of who people are or aren't cool with is not going to put money in the bank. It is a business, and you yourself is a testament that if you were to take every little thing people have said to you or done to you and just went off, you would not be able to sustain the career that you have. So let business be business and let your kitchen table talk and your feelings be that.
Can I also ask, do you think Martin Luther King Jr. sat in that White House and just went off on them white folks when he was at that White House? Do you really think that he just sat up there and said, y'all were doing this and that, and the third? No, he came in there with a respectful manner, and he came in there. Yes, he had an agenda. He wanted to make sure all black people had the right to vote and had the right to be in proximity to their white counterpart. But he did not go up in there with all of that hostility. So this is my issue when it comes to what what he was just saying. My issue is that this is how, in real life and practicality, this is what gay men, black gay men in particular, this is how they act when they get around black women. And this, to me, Flame, is why I don't have a lot of gay friends. There's only a few select gay friends that I have, but they're only in close proximity to me because we share the same interests, we have the same things, and when it comes to our black women, we protect them. But what this man just sat up there and said, that's particularly the reason why I don't fuck with a lot of them, because they have this nasty view of black women, especially when it. Why attack Claudia of all people, though? Claudia didn't do nothing to you.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. That's why she called it misogyny, because it goes beyond sexual preference. It is something sometimes in males, like in the way they deal with women.
It's gay misogyny.
Gay
Oh, I like that.
But my question, and I'm glad you brought that up because a lot of times people try to say like, oh, because you're saying it because they're gay. No, it is a man thing. Just because whoever you like,
Gay or not.
exactly.
Gay or not, yeah.
Whoever you like or whoever you are attracted to, whatever your orientation is, you're still a man at the end of the day. So how you have walked through life, how you have viewed life, it has been from a male perspective and it has certain privileges. So you can comfortably come at a woman and say what she should or shouldn't do while skimming around how another male has said something very damning, very hurtful, and very disrespectful
Several times.
Yep. It's
while
triggering.
discounting what she has done.
It's triggering. All the gay yelling back and forth with the women is triggering to a lot of them, and it does make them act a certain way out of fear. But Flame Monroe, while we still have you here, I just wanted to know, did you hear from Funky since all of this stuff hit the fan, or Claudia since it hit the fan, and are you just neutral? Or is
I'm
it
just
just
neutral. I
business?
work with Claudia tonight on that Fox Soul. I'm gonna work with Claudia again tomorrow on Fox Soul and on Friday. I haven't heard because it's not even personal for me. It's just a
Right.
job. It's not personal for me. I said what I said on Tasha K. Funky said what Funky said. I don't know what issues Funky and Claudia have. Again, I don't know what's happening behind the scenes over there. I've
Hmm.
never met Claudia face to face. I've never met Al Reynolds face to face. I've never met Funky face to face. I've never met these people. This is all over the damn internet.
Right. So you're unproblematic in the whole situation,
Child,
period.
I'm working, having a good time. Got an offer from Warner Brothers, and wait to see what's gonna happen tomorrow. Cause God is good.
Yes. Okay. Amen. One more thing, real quick, because I was want to cram it in. Because before you go, I know you up and down about to go. Now, did and CTV's coming back real soon, y'all.
Oh,
Um,
I didn't hang up. My daughter called me. She was getting off of work.
yes, yes. Now, when it comes down to jokes, I find there's very much power in jokes. Is the power in the laughter, or is the power in the joke? Because you can say something offensive and reduce it to a joke, and people can sort of see the bright side. But you can also offend people by reducing it to a joke, not necessarily the context. How do you feel about
The
that?
power is in the message, not the messenger.
Okay, okay.
But we blame the messenger, and if you don't hear the message, I always have a message. If you ever really listen to, I tell my
Mhm.
whole life story in my material. I tell everything that's going on in my life or has went on in my life, like most comedians do, because the funniest shit to talk about is truth. You speak truth to power. Even the pain, you have to make it funny because then you own it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. And
But
you do with that.
it's just the climate that we live in now. Everybody's offended. So if Claudia did say one wrong thing, automatically she's deemed homophobic or transphobic because she said one wrong. We, as a part of the LGBT community, when two trans girls get into it, the first thing they holler, "You tranny bitch, bitch, you a man." If two gay boys get into it, "You fucking faggot, you."
Right.
But we can say it to each other. But if somebody else says it to us, our skin fall off. And I'm not saying that somebody else is allowed to say it because that's who we are as a community. But don't make it such a big deal because we just said it to each other. What's the difference of you using it to weaponize against your person in your community and somebody else using it to weaponize unless they're going to harm you?
Yeah, it hit different though. It do hit different.
Yes, it does hit different, but sometimes it's ownership on you.
Right.
Yeah. So, Blaine, my question with
Thank you.
regard to how you with regards to that particular conversation, how do you move in your circle in terms of friendship? Because as I just said,
I have
I
four
don't have a
friends I've
lot.
had for 50 years. I don't have friends. I have four friends. I don't trust anybody.
Dang.
Everybody can't find a remote.
So your circle is very small, would you say?
It has been my whole life.
I hear you.
In
That
today's
circle got to be
what
small and tight, like a booty hole. I'm
right.
sorry.
And wait a minute, but that's what I was gonna say. This day and
I
age
can't find a remote.
that people take offense so easily to stuff. Sometimes it's better to have the few close, loyal friends instead of a whole bunch of people that you have to kind of keep having to watch your tongue and watch your step with. Because those that really love you
Thank you, babe.
see you and they know you and they'll know if you on that fugazi or not. And going back to Dragon, I don't want him to think that we were all beating up on him, even because
You
his
were, you
wait,
were,
wait, wait,
you were,
wait,
you
wait,
were,
wait,
We
you
wait.
really
were.
weren't. We really weren't, sir. We were
Don't
trying
argue
to
with him,
explain.
William.
We
What
can
I
move
was
on.
I know, but what I was trying to say to you is that I am a nurse. I don't take a lot of shit personally. I really don't. But sometimes a man's voice in the bass at that aggressive level is triggering to us. So if I'm asking you, not nobody else, because I'm not ass kissing, but could you just bring it down just a little bit? Because we still want to have discourse with you in this space, but just bring it down a little bit.
And I had to learn that too, brother. Don't take offense to that. I think that's a positive thing because, like, I had to bring it back too. I had to read the room. You know what I'm saying? Because I was about to go off and like I did the other time, and I learned from my mistake. You know what I'm saying? Even though I believe what I said and I mean what I said, it's just reading the room. Different people are talking about different things, and we on different sides, and some people are neutral. So I'm working on that too. And I just turned 35 2 days ago. I was up here on my birthday, and I was just going off saying anything and not caring. but I do understand that I just do that on my own channel, not everywhere. You know what I mean? And so, you know, I don't think it's a bad thing because, like, the stuff that you're saying do make sense. You know what I'm saying? And it is valid. And two things can be true at once. Just right here, we're just trying to show solidarity for both of the people in the situation who fell out and both of the people in the situation who could come up off of this. You know, we don't want to vote for either one of them.
Yeah.
Right, because we don't, and to go and piggyback on what Flame was saying, the way shit is looking these days, that if Megalomaniac get back in there, he could, with a broad stroke of his pen, since he had done it so many times before, he can write a bunch of shit and sign a bunch of shit and wipe all of us out. And I'm sorry, just because we can't get along and we can't come together, because we all gonna have to figure out a way to come together against that bastard. Let's just be clear here, because if you think about it, white folks sit and they may argue and dispute the facts amongst each other, but they don't get in public places and have this conversation. If they don't like LGBTQIA people either, but if any of their folks are LGBTQIA, they're going to use that to come together where we'll hate each other on another day, but let's pass what we want to pass to keep other folks down. We got to learn that, yes, we can have healthy conversation and debates. It's a place and it's a time for everything. We keep hemorrhaging and exsanguinating all over the damn culture, and it's not good for all of us collectively or individually.
Preach.
Yeah, I agree. And
we gotta support who's ever in that seat. We gotta support who's ever in that seat. Like, to Flame Monroe's point, we gotta support who's ever in that seat. So we gotta have some decorum about ourselves. And if anybody who knows me, y'all know I didn't sabotage just by my opinions. I'm literally learning. Something happened when I turned 35. I'm not, you know, I mean what I say, but I don't have to be mean. And I'm not being mean, and I don't want to keep coming off mean because I'm not. So I'm working on it.
Right. Your voice has value and your opinions we respect, Dragon. You are very meaningful to the conversation. We don't have to agree. But I want to know what you're thinking, because you're not alone in that. We're just wanting you to understand we hear you, we see you. We are not your common enemy, but don't treat us as such, especially women, because we got enough as Black women to deal with. And we are the lowest on the totem pole, but to be so educated and so highly disrespected, you got to understand we as people are sick of that. We as women are sick of that, because you definitely wouldn't want any of us coming off to your moms, or even though you may have not the greatest relationship with your sister, but you definitely would probably windmill all of our asses if we said something against her in this moment. We just want you to be cognizant of it, because I've always lived by the adage that there's somebody bigger and better than you. And you, even though you are a veteran, and thank you for your service, because my husband was one too when he was alive. We don't want you to meet that somebody that really is unhinged and bigger and better and badder than you. Because then we don't want to have to hear, like in the situation that happened in November with Conscious, that there's a possibly an unliving. Yes, be passionate. Feel strongly about your issues or the issues that pertain to you, but do it in a way that when you walk, it's still an unusual grace and respect that you will garner, because you did it in a way that you made us feel comfortable and possibly changed our minds on an issue.
Here.
And I just wanted to add something. If we pay attention to, like, any large influencer, right? Like a preacher, a motivational speaker, a teacher, whoever. One of the ways they're able to get their message across is because they're very strategic in, like, how they deliver their message, like how they speak to people. They choose their words wisely, and they're not doing that because it's fun. That takes more effort. They're doing that because that's what works.
It's rhythm. They have it's a lot of rhythm.
Right. So
talking.
No, you're fine, because I've done it too, right? We all can relate. You get passionate, you get emotional, things that mean something personally to you, it hits different. So I understand that. But people, especially who don't know you, they're gonna pick up on your tone first before anything, and they'll be turned off from that, and then they're not even really hearing you.
Yeah, I'm plus one to that. I not to give too much about myself away, but I work in HR and in corporate America. And it does not ring any more true that we have to stick together. We got to show each other some grace because I'm telling you, there is a group of people, no matter how kind, no matter how compassionate, they don't get it. And so if we don't find a way to come together, speak to each other with some respect, be able to come to the table without burning down the table, we are going to continue to be at the bottom of the totem pole. So I extend this, my brother, you are absolutely allowed to feel how you are, feel the passion, but at the end of whatever anyone up here says, let the goal be for understanding, not to say we're right,
Yeah,
because nobody is going to win being right. We
yeah.
win, we come together, we're able to have these discussions so that we can advance together.
And speaking, piggybacking and picking back off all of it, pretty much all of y'all. One of the things that, as a teacher myself, now I'm not a school teacher, I'm a life coach. So I teach people practical life skills, especially among young Black men. One of the things that I teach them about is their tone of voice and how they come off to a young Black woman.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you out. I gotta go, y'all. I'm being sad. I appreciate you all. Thank you guys so much. I'm glad I came on here to straighten some things out about me. I learned, I listened, I had a good time. I appreciate you guys. I'll see you guys on Fox Soul tomorrow night or either coffee time in the morning. Peace.
Okay,
Peace,
God
Flame.
bless.
Thank
Bye
I
you,
bye.
got so much more
Flame.
questions
That's
for you too.
my
I want to ask some more questions. Can you answer them from the chat, honey? I
so
have,
Gotta go to bed, baby. She got work tomorrow.
right.
yeah.
I know.
So one of the things that I've learned with just mentoring young Black men is that young Black men are not taught how to be respectful towards women by if they have a father figure, if they have a father in their life that's literally in their life, because their fathers don't even know how to respect their own Black women in their life. So it's a generational thing. And I've had to literally break down how this works. So when you are in that space of going back to the Claudia thing, when you're going off about Claudia and about how she ain't this and how she ain't that, I'm going back to this is the exact same crap that I'm trying to teach Black men, young Black men, not to do. So we got to get to a space where we can actually not listen to reply, but listen to understand. That's the key. If the only thing we doing is over here just listening just to respond, we ain't getting nowhere.
I think it's deeper than that. Like I said earlier, it's the half glass empty mentality. I don't know why, but like a lot of us are wired to look for problems like
Yeah.
immediately. Like just look for something wrong. If 8 things are right, we got to find the 2 things that are wrong. Like every time. I don't know if that's the thing with Black people being conditioned to look at each other a certain way. I don't know if that's just us expecting perfection when that's not a real thing. But a lot of us, I hear it in the conversations. And this was an issue I used to have with Funky, to be honest. When I would hear him even speak about some of those women, like his tone would be so nasty
Right.
and
That's why I had
degrading.
beef.
Yeah, and degrade. I could hear the hatred under all of that. Like maybe I shouldn't say hatred. That's triggering.
It's
I could hear the
no.
misogyny underneath all of that because it was like this felt personal. Some of these things that you're saying about these women who you don't know, but it just got very nasty a lot of time. But it's not, again, it's not isolated to him because
Right.
like the other woman said earlier, with a lot of men, specifically Black men, they harbor a lot of ill feelings they have toward their own mothers, toward their own baby mamas, toward their
And
own
fathers.
whoever. No, I'm speaking specifically to the issues with women, right?
But their daddy
Usually,
issues affect how they treat women too.
Okay, fair enough. But what I found is a lot of times the reason Flame was saying talk to your sister is because what a lot of us have found is like a lot of misdirected aggression toward whatever woman you can take it out on, because you really have baggage that you're carrying for a certain woman and or a certain experiences you've had. So now you're projecting that, or like every woman now represents what that woman did to you or how those women
And
made you feel.
yeah, and so picking back off of that, in Funky's case, it's more so his own mom. He has spoken at length about his mom and his family and all that good stuff, and it is the little boy, if I could use that, in a lot of these black men who are grown, but because the 8-year-old little boy in them has not truly developed a relationship with their with the opposite part, with their with the woman. It has a lot of vindictiveness, a lot of, I don't want to use the word hatred, but it has a lot of vindictiveness, a lot of nasty, a lot of meanness to it, because it's a lot of just, I'm 8 years old. I don't know how to process what I'm feeling. And so I'm going to lash out as a result of my abandonment issue of whoever that woman might be that I thought needed to be in my life.
Exactly.
Am I making sense?
Yes, you are absolutely 100%, and it is proven facts in this community. And even to say, not even to use Funky to say him, let's take him out of it and insert Kanye West. I don't know if this is going to go over anybody's head or not. This is two different dynamics with the same core issues. How Kanye apologizes to everyone that he offends except for the black community.
Hey, you just said a word. You just
Okay.
said a word.
I didn't know if that
Look,
was going to be too much.
wake it up. Wake it up.
Reaching.
Wake it up. And listen, I'm gonna give you an analogy of why people do it, and it goes back to what you hold valuable. You know, when
Right.
you like, I don't know if y'all have did it, but have y'all ever? I'm gonna use the job setting for an example. When you go to your job, if somebody, your manager or your director, piss you off, you're not gonna go off. You're not gonna cuss them out. You're not gonna flex up. Why? Because you have something on the line.
Mm-hmm.
They're an authority figure. You see that this is a valuable person in position that can alter my life in one way or another. However, if you view someone else not with that same value and not with that same priority, what you gonna do? You gonna flex up. You gonna tell them what you want to tell them, and who gonna check me? Right? So that's why what you just pointed out was very important. It also goes back to when we say things about internal misogynoir and being misogynic. Me, oh, child, I just messed that up. It's time for me to go to bed. Y'all know what I'm saying.
Wait, but can I add something to that? Because again, I think it's deeper than that. I think it's a lot of, so if we look at some other cultures, right? Because none of them are perfect, but there's this inherent respect within like the Jewish community, right? Within like the Muslim community, right? Like certain communities, they all have their internal issues, but there is like a foundation of respect. Black people, for whatever reason, there is no foundation of respect. There is no looking at each other with some type of like brethren camaraderie
Honor.
first. There's
I'm
like no foundation at all. And that's why it's so easy for everyone to tear each other apart, which is like the worst thing you can do because the world is already tearing us apart.
So can I
Right.
answer that? Can I answer that? Because as you said, it goes even deeper than that.
Oh, let's go down the rabbit hole. What's up?
Okay. We have not, the reason why there is no foundational and the reason why there's no foundation is because we haven't learned what the word foundation means. We don't even know how to lay the foundation. We have went centuries without building a foundation for our own community. And that's because we ourselves don't even know how to get there. We're not even guided. Even our elders don't even know how to build the foundation. So each new generation we're getting
It
there
gets weaker and
slowly.
weaker.
Yeah. but we are not learning it.
Well, I think our elders had it. I think our elders, for the most part, took pride in being black,
They
took
did.
pride in being
But did
married,
not take
took
pride
took
in laying the foundation for how we should get here.
Well, there's a
They,
generational gap that needs to be
yeah,
bridged, and it does start with us. They were here first and they have the wisdom. We were here last and we need the wisdom. We're the ones that need to show them some respect
mm-hmm.
Yep.
yeah,
And
yeah.
to get
I
it
will
back.
say this. I will say this. Here's my issues with the elders. The elders have a lot of problems, but they do have a lot of wisdom that we could impart and could, if we're gonna raise a family, if we're gonna lay down a legacy. One of the key things that we need to do is lay down respect for not just for us, for our elders, for the elders that came before them, and before the elders. Like, we really need to understand what an elder is.
Mm.
They are not just, see, y'all gonna catch these preaching tonight. You hear what I'm saying?
There's the plate.
You need to understand. You need to understand what an elder is. An elder is not the Bernie Mac version. It ain't the 30-year-old that got a 25 daughter. That ain't an elder. An elder is somebody who is at the part of their life where they have built their legacy, have built their family, and have about 150 grandchildren, but they have a lot of wisdom. They have a lot of leadership. They can actually impart upon their grown children what needs to happen, and how they can build their legacy as well. Everything starts at the base of legacy when it comes to the foundation. If you don't have the foundation, you cannot build your legacy.
So I halfway agree with that. I'm sorry, I just want to say, because some of the ideas of our elders, like somebody wrote in the chat, inherent racism, inherent discrimination. Some of our elders unfortunately have like taken on some of those ideologies and passed them down. That's why sometimes you might hear a dark skinned person talk bad about a light skinned person, or a light skinned person talk bad about a dark skin. Like, there's a whole bunch of that mixed up in the community. So
Yeah,
even some of the teachings from the elders, we can't necessarily take every little thing they said, because it's not their.
That's why I said I don't agree. That's why I said I have a lot of issues with the elders,
But here's the
because
good
I
thing.
know. But yes,
We have to be smart enough to pick up the torch. I'm sorry to cut anyone. I'm so sorry. We have to be smart enough to pick up the torch and loving enough to know that we're just trying to correct the mistakes. Wise enough to know how to separate everything the same way we compartmentalize just to go along and get along with everyone else. You know, there's a way to let your family know that we've learned a lot from you and thank you so much for your services as an elder, and still give them a comfortable life and move on and right the wrongs. And because the fight continues, the torch is being passed. And then on the flip side, a lot of our ancestors, even with those issues that we still have today, they have more fight in them then with less. So there's no excuse for us not to pick up the torch and not to be that young, vibrant next generation that shows them the light of, and not being mean and rude to where they're, and some of them envy us for making the choices and separating and freeing the mental and social chains and spiritual chains. Some of the elders resent you for that. But most of them love to see that spark of life. That's what it's all about. It inspires them to telling stories about their life and about the world at their time. How many of us got grandmoms that's 83 years old and 90 years old? Have we sat down with them and really picked their brain, asked about family and world history? Have we really set the example in our own community as men, women, and children, and in between, to how to treat us? You are the first example how someone can treat you. I'm done.
Yeah, you know what? And I want to piggyback off of that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I do want to piggyback and say I love what you said. And I also kind of want us to be careful and give some grace to the older generation and our elders. A lot of the things they did was out of survival. It really was. And a
Yeah.
lot of the mentalities and the ideologies, they had to adopt that out of acts of survival. So I think because we have evolved, and I will say we have a lot of struggles, but we are also very privileged into comparison to what some of our grandfathers, our grandmothers, or even our parents even went through. So because we are more intellectually or maybe emotionally grounded in, okay, let's work some of this out. Like I think someone earlier said, picking out the things that was needed to create that foundation, i.e. resilience, i.e. a sense of community. That's the biggest thing right there. That if we anything we need to take from the elders is a sense of community, because we are quick to, like, this is a perfect example, to tear down our own. It's a privilege to be able to comfortably sit online and talk about a space that was created for us when the people before us didn't have that.
Exactly. I
So
would agree because but let's also examine the flip side of the coin. There are, because of the survival skills that were needed just so we can be the next generation that gets here and does better
Mm-hmm.
and go further than the last. We still have some people that are stuck in that mindset where it now went from survival to toxic.
Yeah.
And it's like and like somebody said, there's some underlying resentment because we have gone farther. There are some of them that wanted to have been able to be free in whatever it is that they wanted to be free in, but you couldn't be free when you're picking cotton. You couldn't be free when you could only live on a certain side of town. You can only shop at a certain store. You can only piss in a certain pee house. You can only drink water out of a certain place. And the fact that we have these freedoms, understand there are still some those that are among us that we are their wildest dreams and their prayers that have been answered. And not all of them always feel that way. And I think they've gotten so far removed from their youth by the same token that they abhor a lot of the freedoms that we have. We're too much this, too much that. But by the same token, being devil's advocate across the board, there are some young folks that are just too damn flippant. I'm like, you'll never get as far in chronological life the way that you do, how you do, being disrespectful, not having an understanding to listen to
do you
those
hear me?
for you.
Do you hear me? Child, let my niece say something disrespectful. It's gonna be some toe being ran over, okay?
Not the toe is
But
run over.
them toes is gonna be ran over.
Yeah, but
It's
a
just
lot
what
of
it
them,
is.
harbor, especially when it happens out in the street, and all they're trying to do is go about their business and get back home safely. And some young buck that think that they big and Billy Badass want to do something aggressive towards them. They don't have the fight that they had in their youth. They're even the strongest of men have weakened due to age and whatever the comorbidities that they have. They just trying to make it home safe. Their eyesight isn't good, but yet you got people honking on the horn, wanting them to move out of their way because they want to come through in their Hellcat, doing Mach 5 down the street in a 25 a mile an hour zone. It does make them nervous. Even though,
I agree. I agree 100% with you. I just want to add this little thing to piggyback off of what you said. One of the key things why we see that is because in those particular instances, that is mostly the fault of the parent for not
right,
disciplining their children at an early age to be respectable. So the children can only go by what they see, and what they see is the mama being disrespectful to their mama. Is the daddy being disrespectful to the mama? Is the mama being disrespectful to the grandma? So kids can, and so when the kids see all of that, they grow up thinking, well, I can do it too because I've seen you do it. So it's a matter of the parents also have to be conscious enough to know we can't say a lot of this. We cannot allow our kids to see a lot of the stuff that we saw growing up. So let's actually do some digging ourselves. But for me, this comes before you have the kid, not after, not when the kid is already here.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like a lot of parents don't get that. They don't get that. Go sit on somebody's couch. Go before you decide to make a baby, which if I'm playing for the most part in our community, we have babies out of wedlock. But parents need to be aware of their mental capacity and their physical strength. If they're gonna bring this child into this world, they need to be conscious of what they say around their children. They need to be conscious of how they get of what they say around, not just the kids, but around their mom. If the kids hear it, like it's a lot that needs to happen before you can have a child.
And I don't disagree with any of that. And you're very right. But for me, it's two words that have been the theme of all day yesterday. It's the cognitive dissonance that people think that they can screw unprotectedly and not a baby not come out of the situation. We got to raise our emotional intelligence as well as our emotional maturity to say that, hey, we don't have to keep perpetuating the same things, because there was once a time where they called Black women welfare queens because that's all they saw in the ghettos on welfare after the fathers were pushed out of the home just to get those social services so that their families didn't have to struggle as much. And we have not always been the better because of it.
Yeah.
So
I want to reach again real quick. My Tyrannosaurus Rex arm. I want to reach for the skies with my little arm. The slave breeding ethics are still embedded in us. To a degree. I'm not using that as an excuse. I'm just saying as a very real part of the issue. Because you got to remember the Black man and the Black woman, they could have been on neighboring plantations, and just like a dog would breed, you would bring over and you would request a litter, and Tyrone and Betty, Tyrone will come over and say, Massa said he wants wins. We can do this the easy way or we can do this the hard way. Neither one of us got to worry about the kid. All of those instincts, Massa would take the baby. The woman wouldn't be allowed to have an emotional attachment to her child. The father wouldn't have an attachment to the child. And the system would take care of the baby. So in my personal opinion, there's a lot of spillover of that with our breeding ethics and our free sexual proclivities we used to be. That's where porn started at. Watching and breeding ends.
So I do agree to some extent.
Yeah, I was reaching.
I do agree with some extent of it, but I also think that there needs to be some accountability as well on our part. Like, we have a lot of new information now. We have a lot of new skills that we can't always rely on the same stuff. Like I said earlier, an explanation is not an exoneration. It doesn't excuse what happened. So we can explain a lot of.
No,
Go ahead, I'm
let
sorry.
me address Donnell in the comment. I know that the welfare queen was made up by Ronald Reagan in the 80s. I'm saying we were said to be that, not that we were that. I am very clear on who that person was. She was a lady. He based it off a lady out of Chicago, which wasn't even her life. Actually, it was a scammer for that time in the 70s that went and had like hundreds of different disguises collecting welfare checks, and she got prosecuted for welfare fraud. So I'm well aware, Donnell, of who she is, because I remember doing a whole research on her. It's just that I was saying that that's how they view us, not who we were. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Said thank you for everybody for coming up. We appreciate everybody for all your opinions and everything and joining the conversation. It's a very good conversation. And make sure you like the video and hit the Cash App, pay your Black media taxes. He wouldn't be here without you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and one of the things that I've learned about that particular era of the 80s is that when the welfare program was first introduced, it did not go to the Black community. That was for white people. It spilled over into the Black community when Reagan and his administration started to make egregious claims about our community being welfare queens and not wanting to work. So who benefits the most from security? Is it black people? No, it's white
We
people.
should. We could. If we were smart, we could pimp that welfare and use it like a borderline, not a reparations, but a stepping stone. It's supposed to be a stepping stone and not a crutch. We know the real welfare queens are in caves.
Yeah.
Working with crabs. We know. But you know, if black people would really just know that this system is against them and that there's a possibility to milk it as a stepping stone to your real empire that you're trying to build, a nest egg, you know, you could start saving. If you were like, I would just want to see more black people really milking the system. You already get the bad rap for it. You might as well milk it. They owe you. And I hate to say it like that, but I love to say it like that. They owe us irrepayable debts and irreconcilable damages. And we're still very humane and the most loving and caring and accepting people. So for that, we might as well outsmart the system. And I feel like if you do find yourself in a situation where you're reaching out for stamps or you're reaching out for this, use it to your best of your creativity, to use it to transmutate your entire situation. Get those food stamps and open up your baking business. Get that housing and start your home base something. Do something with it as a stepping stone because you belong here in this system of America and you belong at the top of the food chain. And we don't have to tear anybody down to get there, but you might have to tear somebody down to get there by far as annihilating the competition. We have to even the playing field and equalize some of this oppression against us because we're very well aware and very well versed on it. There's no reason for us to be getting the short end of the stick and having 3 generations in the projects.
So that's what my committee does when it comes to people with disability. We do a lot of the work that you're talking about, but we're not gonna. But we're very much aware of not milking the system. So a lot of what I do is mostly policy work. And what I mean by that is I put in place policy that are going to benefit not me, but my entire community. And the disabled community is not a monolith. We all don't think alike. We all don't have the same thing. We all don't do the same thing, and we all don't have the same services or have the same needs. The fact that the system can just bump us all in as if we do have the same needs and the same hobbies as everybody else, that's what I have a problem with. So I'm working my ass off to change that policy and to change how people and how the government as a whole sees that. So that's what this committee is about. And if y'all want to know more,
what's your name, sir?
William Morris.
William, okay, William. There's a disparity too, even with those type of provisions for the different types of people with disabilities or with any type of people in need, even with welfare, all those things. There is racial disparities with all of that stuff. So even our black disabled don't get the same care and the same provisions as a non-black disabled would. Did you ever notice that or experience any disabled racism?
Yes. In fact, I've experienced it here on this channel a year ago. But in terms
I mean structurally. I'm talking about structurally.
Yeah, I hear you. So in terms of structurally, in terms of the system itself, yes, I have. One of the things that I've noticed about the system itself is that it doesn't allow for us to pick and choose who we want to serve. It's a very, in the state of Arkansas, the Medicaid program only has one particular program that's called the Medicaid Waiver Program. And currently with this system as it is, it's a managed model program, which means all of your services are being managed by a third party. And that third party can decide what your services are They can decide what you want to do with it. They can pretty much decide everything about your services, but you get little input. You may get an input on the hours, on what your hours can be, on what your goals can be, but that's about it. I'm working behind the scenes diligently to change the system so that the structure that the structural systemic racism that we see can be dissolved. Because right now, Black people in my home state are the most underserved in terms of disability. They kicked out, I think, about 30,000 individuals with disability off of Medicaid in the last year alone. And I think half of them,
the ones that were non-Black probably had a chance to get saved. They are so racist when it comes to everything. It's like race takes precedence over everything, even disability.
Yeah, they say, well, with disability, we want to see you in the community. We want to see you do this. Well, if you want to see me in the community, change this model. This is not my model. I don't need an outside person managing me. I can manage my own services.
Mm-hmm.
I can hire my own people. I don't need you to manage my shit for me.
Right. And if I do,
I don't need a savior. I don't need a white savior to come in and manage my shit for me. Change this fucking system. Hello?
Right. Because if you do need the system, it should be there for you fairly. You have the free choice to live for yourself or to depend on something that's there as a stepping stone, and they should be able to be fair. And I've had a lot of people that I know a lot of people with disabilities who have gone through so much just with the system and with caregivers and all that different type of stuff, and then the type of people that they send to you. You know, it just makes it all worse. But I do want you to know that I do think that I don't know what your disability is, but I want you to know that you're very able, and I can hear it in you, and your mind is very able. So thank you for speaking.
Oh, you're welcome. Like I said, I've been in the nonprofit world since I was 9 years old. I've been representing a national multi-billion-dollar corporation, a national multi-billion-dollar organization for the first 10 years, for the first 15 years of my life. So when I tell you I know this world from the inside, like I know the back of my hand, I know it very well. And for the last 10 to 12 years of my adult life, I have been working behind the scenes to really see my people get the services that they need, especially when it comes to Black people, because that's the other thing that I think a lot of people don't realize is that you see a whole lot of white people, a whole lot of white services, you see a whole lot of whiteness in these legislation, and not enough Black people. I saw maybe only one Black legislator that came out and spoke on behalf of people with disabilities when we held our event last year. One Black person, and she was a freaking senator. Really? That's all we can do?
Do you have a partner or a spouse?
I do not, and that's the other thing. Do you want to know how bad the system is? If I decide to get married, I would lose my benefit.
Wow, really?
Yep.
Lose them?
Yep, because the system does not consider you a person that needs their services anymore.
So what do they expect you to have, a life of destitute and no help? What do they expect? That's disgusting. And they do the same thing back to welfare. When the white homes, they're allowed to have the man and woman in the house getting all that money, going and doing TikToks, getting crab legs that they bragging about how they don't need food stamps.
Because to them, it's what it's always been called.
It's relief. About the unit, right?
It's been called relief, and it's about that they harbor the privilege and the protection, the complexion for the protection.
Yep, that's what Paul Mooney said. So that's how bad it is. And I've had many friends who are just like me who have cerebral palsy, And I've had people walk up to me and ask me different questions about my disability, and I'm more than happy to explain it to them, because not a lot of people know. They think I was in an accident or something like that, because I'm so, when it comes to my speaking and the way I speak, they assume that I had an accident and I survived it, and that's the reason why I ended up in a wheelchair. No, baby. I have been like this my whole life.
And they
Ever
know
since I
you
was
were born that
born.
way. Do you know? Do you know Raphael?
No.
Okay. He's someone, he has the same thing, and he's up here. He's a content creator, and I've always supported him, and he's always supported me. And he was telling some stories. I used to have a segment called Disabled Lives Matter, and he used to tell me some of his stories and stuff. And I heard some stories from him and another person with elderly abuse at the homes and all of that stuff. Y'all, it was so gruesome and graphic. And the lady sent me the pictures too. I don't even want to tell y'all how horrible that they abused that woman's father. And the only thing that she had as media outlet and any type of coverage or to get her word out there to possibly garner some community support was through me. And I just didn't know what to do.
Wow. So that's in this. I'm glad we're having this conversation. I noticed a lot of the numbers have dropped off, but it's still imperative, because I was talking to Conscious that last year that we needed to have the conversation in terms of the health disparities in this country, how it's race based, how if we don't pay closer attention to what's happening politically, because all of that stuff filters down, because healthcare is a byline in the federal government's budget, that we're going to start losing more money. They're saying, and me being a level 1 trauma trained ER nurse who has now been unemployed or underemployed for almost 2 damn years, on the brink of losing everything in the next 60 to 90 days, that they say that we have a healthcare shortage and all the disparities and everything that goes along with it. But here's the thing: they're willing to pay to flood our hospitals with nurses that are coming from the Philippines, while I sit at home constantly, day in and day out, put in applications that are not seen because I don't use the right word so AI can realize that if I did, why am I? Because so the AI can pull my resume so that recruiters can look at it in HR and call me for an interview. Here's the thing: I'm not going to sit there and lie, because number one, we are human beings. When this body ceases to breathe, there are mechanisms we can do to try to get it back. But if we don't, it is gone. And there is nothing more dangerous in healthcare today than a bunch of nurses and as well as doctors and help and other allied members of the team that are not ready to be out there on their own, or out there based on they got this job in CVICU when they should have just worked med surg or telemetry, because they were able to get and put together a resume by way of AI that is no reflection of any of their skill sets or any of their knowledge base coming out of the school. They were able to just barely pass the NCLEX.
Unqualified.
So you know, we got a whole staff of unqualified folks.
So
and everybody running America really. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. My bad, boo.
No, I say it's all because they don't want to pay me, because every interview that I've ever had in the last 2 years, I get the kiss of death. Well, we hire, you're so good on paper, you're interview, you're knowledgeable, you got all of these, the evidence-based stuff and all the lingo, but then they hit you with, well, if we hire you, you'll come in already maxed out on the scale, just because I still have my bachelor's, as if I hadn't been halfway through a doctorate in nursing. I had to stop because life was lifing, and I haven't been able to get back to finish it to get a job. But they rather pay me at a low rate at a bedside with a doctorate than at that same rate with a BSN in 26 years of nursing.
So can I speak on that a little bit? Just from a healthcare, just from a person that has a caregiver, and I have two caregivers actually. One of them gets paid $12 to $11 an hour.
Right. And they treat you like it.
And I have a boss, and his boss has to get a second job. So if you want to really, really talk about the system, let's talk about the system. And they started this shit during the pandemic. Let's not forget, all of this shit got started during the pandemic. Now that they know that they can actually lay your ass off for any damn reason because of the pandemic, now they can use that as the official excuse. Well, we just don't have a lot of money. Oh, well, we just dot. No, you got the motherfucking money. You just don't want to spend none of your money on some good folk that can actually get the job done and that's qualified to do the damn job. No, you just don't want to spend your money. That's the issue. And that's what it boils down to. They want to keep all of that money and stock buybacks, all of that money going towards the stock exchange rather than investing that money into good, wholesome human beings who can actually be nurses, who are actually good at their job as doctors, who are actually specialists in their field. This is what it boils down to. It's all about the damn Benjamin. It ain't never been about nothing but the damn Benjamin.
The color of the money is green in the midst of all of this, you know, and that's all they care about. And people will treat you and work as much as they are paid or feel that they are appreciated. And not only that, back to about color, they got their biases. This goes back to me for even what both of y'all were saying, but also with the added layer of we need our own. And what we need our own contrives of. It is all literally like, okay, if we know we need our own, because in all of the systems of structural power, the health care, the mental health care, economics and business and education, all the important industries that we know that we have been, colonized about. You know what I'm saying? And we're still behind enemy lines working to get from out of that space. So it's like we have to have the wherewithal within ourselves to at least be better individuals, at least be better parents, at least be better builders, at least be better providers, at least be better protectors, at least be better influencers. You know, we have to do that. It's like it's a shortage of us in physiology and metaphysics and science and all the major industries that are moving everything. That's how we can always get the okie doke and the short end of the stick. A black child coming into this world has the likelihood of being born into the hands of their own enemy, be the first one that hold them and cut the cord. That is the issue that falls back on black parents, who are the ones who give birth to black children. And so within that power structure, whatever agreement that they have on provisions and protection and leadership, you know, everything is just so off kilter. And so one more thing, because I want you to pay attention to this. On top of all of these disparities, put another example. A disabled white non-black person, a disabled non-black person, any type of special need of a non-black person, and then you see when the black person got to take care of them, and we do it with love and with care and with humanity, and no matter what, regardless of their race, we take care of old ignorant racist white motherfuckers. We sitting there at the hospital where they're saying they don't want no M words touching them and saving their lives, and we're into all of this type of situation. But when it comes down to you being the one that's needed, it's like you're supposed to be in that position of power for yourself too. And so this is where I feel like the community falls short of not having our own stuff. And then so even when they take care of you, they do it half-assed, and they do it like I'm only getting paid $12 an hour. And then there's viral videos going by and the abuse that's come across even my table. So when I think about those type of things, I just miss having our own. And even back to our elders, I've talked to elders, people who was 80 and 90 years old, and guess what they said? At least we had our own stuff.
But somewhere in the 60s, it got lost in translation, the
Right.
importance of having our own stuff. They began to see, well, just because the hospitals would the funding was going to white areas where they were having, new buildings and new systems for the technology of that time, and we looking like, but we still trying to take care of each other in row houses and that we call hospitals and raggedy buildings and hand-me-down buildings because they've moved on, and all of a sudden that world became appealing. Ergo, integration was a lot of the driving force in that.
So this
The
is my big.
WKKK. Sorry, William. I'm gonna shut up right after 2 seconds. The WKKK is in charge of that, and they were ordained by the male KKK, and they also have the junior KKK, and they hide their faces so that you don't see that they're running all of the important aspects of the world, and they're in a different costume then.
Right, they're esquire now, they're doctor now, they're attorney
But
now.
that's the men. The men gave them that power and put them in this position and put them where they saw that their qualities were as the divine feminine. When they got all their evil gotten gains and they gained dominion over everything by evil, they gave their women what they were good at to have control over too. And we as black men need to be able to provide the same type of situation and atmosphere and foster that for women in our community.
I can't argue with that.
That's just my opinion, though.
Mm-hmm.
So the larger issue is going to be for black people to get out of their feelings first. That means going to therapy, sitting down with a counselor, figuring out what the fuck you need to do so that you can be a better person. That's number one. Number two, once you that's gonna take some time. But number two, once you are out of your body and out of yourself, you can then work towards gathering a community of people who are like-minded, who want to actually change this shit. All it takes is one person to link up with somebody else who has the same desire to want the changes and pursue a plan that will actually make this shit work and that will actually get you in the door.
And you're right, and that's why I getting back to what I was saying about conscious, I wanted us to have a larger platform, not in the middle of the night, where we can invite people on to have these discussions, because we're in an election year where if Donald Trump gets in there, he's out, like Flame said, and he did say it, that he's gonna end up being a dictator for one day. No, he's gonna be dictator starting on day one, is what it's really translating out to be. And the southern states, because I live in Georgia, they are planning to get rid of Medicaid. So William, this will be very problematic for you, because they're not going to give a shit that if you can work, or if my mother, who is 78 years old, it's time for it to be over. We got to pull yourself up out of bootstrap. Hell, she the one that helped build this shit. She was picking cotton and working as a CNA and working in their houses as maids and stuff. And now you're telling her at her old age, when she's paid into this her whole life, that now she can't get the benefit of it. We need to have an expanded conversation, and that's why I want a lot of you content creators, because I don't have a platform yet. I'm still, kind of dealing with God about it. Is to start to shift the narrative. Wait, but hold on. It's nothing wrong with us having the pop culture conversations, but we got to boss up in our minds and in
period
our intellect, and what we need to be doing to move the needle forward, because they get ready to send us all the way back to 1960. And I'm sick of people talking about, we're not gonna vote in this, and we're not gonna. I don't like neither candidate either, but shit, I want to be able to have a house and a roof to sleep in, and not going back to some project or rundown area to have to be forced to live in, because now they done stripped everything from us, as well as even in female dominated careers such as nursing, where I couldn't afford nothing else.
So let me say this,
William. I like the way you said "fuck."
Yeah, I'm a cuss.
I'm serious. I am being serious about the topic, but when you said that, It's something about when you add a fuck or two every 20 minutes or so, at least every 15, 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, I like. For me, get the fuck out of your damn feelings. That's my thing. Like, just get the fuck out your feelings.
You make more sense than a lot of people who will be considered not disabled. So I will wonder what's their excuse for being lazy in the mind. You know, people
It's
don't
the
think for
poverty of
themselves.
the mind in this day and age. I said it, and it's more. I've noticed it because as a tribal nurse, it's more prevalent in certain areas of this country than others. I mean, it's a straight poverty of the mind. I mean, you
Right.
don't care to know no more than what titillates your flesh or what moves the needle forward for you, and not as a community as a whole. And we all got some shit stand to lose, because I think one of the things that he's going to do, and the Holy Spirit has been dealing with me in the middle of the nights when we're not on, showing me some things a little bit farther as a seer in the Lord's church, that if he gets in, one of the things is he's going to make sure for every social media platform that banned him, he's going to make sure y'all lose y'all monetization. Now, here's the issue. The question now becomes, are you all willing to go back to these low-paying jobs now that your content creation won't be monetized? That's a real question. That should be enough to scare 2/3 of the folk on social media that have platforms that want to beat the streets and get whoever they need to get signed up to vote and to get out there, because there's some strange happenings in the earth right now. They're finding dead bodies in Mississippi. That not no 50 and 60, 70-year-old dead bodies. We're talking about in the last couple of years, in the last decade, 2020, 2000 and forward. That you got water issues that have still gone unaddressed. My family lives in Jackson, Mississippi. Every time I turn around, they're having to boil water. We got some really weird shit that's happening with us, but yet we're fighting about funky Dineva and this bullshit. That's why I'm getting sick of the pop culture narrative, because we're not talking about nothing but that.
So let me jump in there, because you said a whole lot of mouth motherfucking full. I am one of these motherfuckers that like preach, sister, goddammit, preach, honey, preach, yeah, preach, baby, preach. That's my big issue. Like, we got a lot of pop culture issues, but we're not focusing on the real objective, which is if Trump on buffoon, war hog face looking ass gets back in that goddamn White House, we are fucked.
Baby, you don't know. And see, that's the young people like, well, I'm going to be fine because I have social media. No, he's going to punish Mark Zuckerberg, who owns half this shit.
Oh, no, that's a trap. That's a trap. Social media is a trap. If they delete Facebook right now, how many of y'all going to know how to contact your cousin?
But they're going to demonetize it. And they'll never get it to where it's
But it's
like,
people on there that ain't even smart enough to make money.
Exactly. But here's the thing. They don't give a fuck about that, because that's not a part of the base that they're pandering to anyway.
Right.
And see, they've convinced even those that don't look like us, that are non-melanated but just as poor as we are, that they're better than us. We need to be trying to all of us come to the table, because we're greater in numbers. It's like black folks are trying to lead the charge for everybody, and we're still getting disenfranchised, and we're still behind the times. We're still the lowest on the totem pole and the last to make the meal. I'm just getting tired.
Right.
I love social media. We need to be able to laugh sometimes, because
We have
these
to
are
use
heavy
it right.
issues. But this is the year, if no other time, to get.
Did she go out?
It sounded like you cut out, but
not only having some fun social media that.
I think she cut out.
Yeah, you're borging, boo. But I want to say something. You're borging right now.
And we just, I mean, one thing, like, I want Conscious. I know I have been telling him about Secretary of Shade. I want him to get on this platform. He did his very first live under his new platform tonight at 7 before we had come on with Conscious. And this is a young man out of Baltimore that is so incredibly smart in terms of political science, and he's part of the LGBTQIA community, and he's also an artist. And and he was once a political science major, I believe. So he knows how the stuff that they talk on C-SPAN that we may not understand 2/3 of. He can watch it for 5 minutes and read a couple of articles and break all this shit down.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
In the
Let
back
me,
chat.
I have to jump in here. Because this Dennis person is grating on my fucking nerves. Okay, I'm sorry. Now I got to read
What, in
it.
the
I'm
chat?
sorry. Yeah, in the
No, ignore the chat,
motherfucking
William. Listen,
minute,
I got a
wait a minute.
spiritual message. And ignore that. I got a spiritual message just now. I got 1.5 spiritual messages. The half is thank you, everybody. Welcome for pouring in. Welcome to Consciouztv. Like the video. He definitely appreciates your presence, and he's here watching, overseeing. Appreciate you for letting us hold down the panel, brother. We love you and the special guests tonight and the great conversations and the turns that it's making. Second message is families collectively need to observe generations and correct trial and error with your power. So again, families collectively need to observe the generations through trial and error from a stance of power. We have to have a power structure to be even thinking from, and you have to think for yourselves to even think for each other. So this is a very tangled web. And everybody knows the common sense. Don't be biologically retarded. Your system and your body and your brain and your blood is telling you what is right. Do it with each other. That was the message. I'm sorry.
So here is my big concern with a lot of the issue.
Hello?
I understand that we have. I understand that that Black people have a lot of internal issues that we need to work out and all that good stuff. But my big issue is when there is a goal that's ahead of us that we need to focus on and we getting distracted, that's a problem. That's a huge problem for me because that distraction takes away the focus from what's actually going on, from the powers that be that are actually taking the power and taking all the money and running out the goddamn back door with it. So I don't have the patience to. I don't have the patience for bullshit. I have the patience to listen. I have the patience to learn, but I don't have a lot of patience for distractions that are meaningless. Like I understand the funky Dineva situation, and we all need to be a little bit more aware of that. But funky is not our big fight.
No, the hell it ain't. He ain't.
Funky is not the issue that we need to talk about. Funky is a like minister of the issue. We have a dangerous fascist son of a bitch that's running for office who we just came off of 8 years ago. Now he wants to run again to save his goddamn life.
Right, because and here's the thing. He's pretty much telling us for those that even want him back in or think they want him back in, think they're going to be able to control him when he's planning to go rogue and give and bid all of them a big fuck you and do what he wants.
Yeah. So and for me, because I'm aware that the issue is much bigger. I'm sorry, but funky is not my problem. My problem is the white people that got all the power, that got all the money, and the Black folks that's going up and behind and kissing their ass. Excuse me, Kevin Hart. Tiffany had it. I'm sorry. So, like,
my problem is the fact that I had to go do something very important, and I probably missed out on God knows
how much conversation. Yes.
Oh, it's been great.
Dialogue. I know, but I'm saying I couldn't even listen in. Like I probably missed out. I missed out on a big chunk of what y'all had going on with Flame. And so I'm gonna have to catch the replay and
Flame
come,
said thank you.
come on. I'm gonna have to catch my own replay all the way up to this point to see what the hell been going on. But I do have to get out of here, you guys. I gotta
Okay, we held it down for you, and Flame said thank you, and it was a good discussion. It turned, but not too much, and it was good. And thank you for the opportunity to hold it down over here. You know, I
I'm
love you.
so glad
and I'm
that
proud
y'all
for you.
held it down. Thank y'all so much.
We really
I knew I could trust y'all to hold it the fuck down.
Yeah,
Yusuf, you gotta swing through a lot more often.
I know, and I got a new channel now. I know I said that last month. This is my new channel for real, y'all. It's called Celebrity and Crime Intergalactic News Galaxy. This is me right here. I just commented me in the chat. That's Celebrity and Crime Intergalactic News Galaxy, and I will be back more often. And I started off with a fresh start. I'm trying not to be too, I'm trying to just have a channel where I can be not politically correct, but just grow and not stifle myself and let my black rage take over me, even though it's needed. So I'm just trying to find the way.
You can get you a Discord for that. Like you can have like your main shows on this platform, then get you like a Discord where y'all can go even fucking crazier, you know, because with YouTube, it is a lot of censorship, and I don't want you to lose another channel because we work too hard, Yusuf. I know how much goes into creating content, building up a platform.
And I lost it all.
I don't want you to do that to yourself again.
I'm trying not to be insane, and it doesn't mean that I'm being weak. It doesn't mean that I'm being fake. I'm just trying to get the message out there. But I know my voice is needed and welcome, but it's just weird how I don't even want to go into it. It's a rabbit hole, but like I'm watching what I say.
Because I'm
watching what I say.
Yeah.
And the last time I was up here in my own video that I did about my appearance, because you know I share my appearances. I don't hate Funky. Okay, I don't hate Claudia. I don't hate nobody. Everybody is important in this matter, and I'm glad that tonight got to change the course of my thought and projection on this conversation. Being able to speak with you and speak with the panel, and to speak with Flame Monroe. So it really did bring a lot of just full circle moments for me, and I'm happy with my new channel and my fresh start. And I welcome everybody.
Yes, y'all make sure to go support one of my baby daddies on YouTube, child. Yusuf in the building, Celebrity and Crime Intergalactic News Galaxy. Check him out. He does everything that I do, and then he takes it to the nuclear level, child. So if y'all like me, y'all gonna love his ass. So support my boy Yusuf. I'm gonna come over there, show you some love too. I'm gonna give you a call later on in the day, Yusuf, because I gotta go handle some shit, but we'll talk.
And I'm real proud of you, man. I'm telling you, the glow up is beautiful. Not like you wasn't already shining like a diamond, but it's just like it's
like a diamond.
And I should have listened to you sooner.
You're good. We all, look, it's all a trial and error, but you back, you stronger than ever, you wiser than ever. And like you said, you're not being fake, but you're doing what we all have to do. Like we know that this ain't our shit. So just like any other space, it's rules, it's all of that. So we just learn to navigate that to the best of our abilities. But don't let another troll take you out of your bag, because that's what they want to do. They want to take you out of your bag so that they can, do what they do. But I appreciate you being here. Y'all make sure to support Yusuf. Does anybody else have anything that they want to say before we get up on
No, night. And God bless you, Conscious. Holla at me if you need me, baby.
Yes, baby. I love you too, Sin. William.
Yes, I didn't get a chance to give you your flowers when you were on your birthday week, so I want to do that now. It's gonna be brief. You have given me a voice in my own platform, for that matter, to really just say what the fuck I feel. And not only that, but you have given me a visibility as a person with a disability to really bring light to my issues and to the plight of people with disabilities, especially among Black people with disabilities. So I really, really want to thank you for just this amazing 2023 year and 2024. Like it has been
I end up stalked and terrorized and menaced behind defending your ass because the raggedy bitch who disrespected your child. We went all the way left because of that situation. That is him fucking with you was actually what severed the little bit of association that I had with that one. So it's just so funny that you are saying everything that you're saying, but I would not regret it, even after having my phone number doxed, even after months and months and months of a bitch talking mad shit, spinning lies, being out of their mind, wishing death on the bitch, the whole nine. If we could
what?
If we could rewind the hands of time to 8-9 months ago, I would do everything I fucking did and stand on goddamn business all over
These
again.
bitches be out here be crazy for real, for real.
Yeah,
I think he was wishing death on you. I thought it was just some bitch would just type to your ass like he wanted your pussy or something. But damn.
No, baby. It's been a whole war. But just like in this T-G-I-F case, it's only been one bitch fighting with theyself, honey. Okay, we have go on to be blessed and highly favored. But I owe you a phone call too, because I know you had also had inboxed me a few ago.
Yeah, I'm like,
I hit you.
I was waiting on
I just be having, I got so much going on right now. It's so much shit so much shit I'm doing, so much shit that's going on. So, it's just a matter of just like being a one-man army and carving out time to get everything situated. But right now, like I'm in that seed sowing work mode, trying to get everything off the ground so that everything can finally smooth out. But that work mode is hardcore right now. But y'all make sure to follow William Morris over on YouTube. Do you want them to follow you on Instagram too? Do you want to shout your Instagram?
Instagram and TikTok too. I have TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
It's the talk. It's not the talk. It's the Willie Morris TikTok. My Instagram name is kind of long, so I'll give you my main one, which is the Willie Morris. So TikTok at the Willie Morris and Instagram at the Willie Morris. So you'll be able to find me both.
Period. All right, William, I'm gonna let you get up out of here. I appreciate you, boo. Y'all make sure to follow William Morris on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. Girl, baby, we gonna be keeping the candle lit, honey. So be right on back here today, girl, because bitch, I'm right about all things. That's all I'm gonna say, girl, is a bitch is right. Okay. Clocked it tonight. And we'll get further into some things later on in the day. All right. So I'll see y'all later. Be blessed. Bye.